Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The early voting numbers are in line with 2022. They're not that skewed.
You did call in from a hospital bed.
No, this was before that. I called in on Monday. It was Monday. I called in right after I heard him spewing his ignorant, uninformed nonsense that, the early voting's so bad, which it wasn't. But I'm sorry, his pep talk. His pep talk that won Trump the election. Yeah, you simp on a blimp.
Listen.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show, Friday, November 8th. I thought we were going to go with, I thought we had agreed to do the thumbnail lib meltdown.
Yeah, we had the 6-7 stories, the lib meltdown one.
All right, well, it's White House press secretary fires back at media. I don't know if that's what we had agreed upon, but if that's what we're going with, I guess I'll go with it. Where did you as the executive producer, what was the miscommunication? What went wrong? Just asking for a friend.
I don't know. I have to find out. I'm getting in on all the stuff too on my social media.
Rhett, did Lummy and you just discuss this, and there was a miscommunication?
Yeah, there must have been a miscommunication somewhere, because I was in that meeting, and unless I missed it, I don't remember having a conversation at all about what the topic would be.
Oh, I thought let me see. I know that sometimes I'm, gourded out of my mind. I don't think today is one of them. I thought we had, and everybody that was in the room, just please step up. I thought did you get here? Did you get here late today? A little?
No, I was here right on time.
Let me take over.
I was sitting at my desk. We all talked about the same thing.
I think it was right before Rhett walked in.
Oh, okay.
But Rhett was not late.
I had grabbed that one from prep. I didn't hear any talk about it. I'd been doing that the last couple of days, so I didn't mean to assume. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I mean, Seth, I thought we'd had that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I said, under the umbrella of that, lib meltdown.
Yeah, we talked about Jimmy Kimmel, Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, there's 7 or 8, 5, 6, 8.
Kathy Griffin.
Yeah, see the AOC and the Kathy Griffin one.
So, Lummy, did you not have that comment? I think this was with you, Lummy. Did you?
When I came in, I heard the tail end of the Kathy Griffin stuff.
Right. But Lummy, you obviously didn't have a conversation with Rhett saying, hey, today's thumbnail before you got here we had discussed would be this. That's on you, Lummy.
Okay.
I mean, if you did not have that conversation
I did not. I thought everyone was in the same meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think you need to circle back. I'm using some big-time corporate terms. I think you need to next time circle back with the guy that's going to do the thumbnail as the EP to just make sure he's on the same page.
Okay.
For in case he wasn't in here or, misunderstood.
Okay.
So we probably can't change it now because we've already fired up. We've already, put all those things in place, and we've already started the show. So we'll just go with that. I was going to cover that. I do have that story with what's her name, Jean-Paul Van Damme or whatever the hell.
Karine Jean-Pierre.
What is her name?
Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, Karine Jean-Pierre. White House press secretary fires back at media. Bubba the Love Sponge show. So we wanted it to be lib meltdown because it seems like, and I don't want to get into a liberal versus conservative,
Why not?
I mean, no,
that's all it is.
But I mean, at this point,
now libs are attacking other libs, and
I mean, hold on, libs are even getting a hold of John Hinckley Jr. Yes, I got a story right here. And he's trying to tell everybody, leave me alone. I'm not in the killing presidents game anymore. Look, enough. John Hinckley Jr., enough with the vile Trump harm requests. Would-be president assassin tells ex-users to back off because I guessed all these, people that don't like the outcome of the election. John Hinckley Jr. has seen the vile, hateful comments on X, users asking him to harm President-elect Trump, and he's telling them to stop. As TMZ reported, the would-be Ronald Reagan assassin posted a harmless post to the social media platform on Wednesday, telling followers to check out his website of music and art. The post was quickly inundated with users asking him to harm Trump, and even though we were told local and federal authorities are aware of the comments, again, I got to think that if he
shot Reagan and he's out of jail.
Yeah.
You never knew that?
I mean, I didn't know he was a free man.
No,
it's one of the biggest head scratchers. Well, here's the reason why.
I mean, this guy's still working.
But did he ever go to jail?
Yeah. Well,
he went to Funny Farm.
He went to the Funny. Here's the problem with the John Hinckley deal. The most liberal part of our entire country isn't New York, isn't California, is the District of the District of what do they call it? The District of Columbia. Yeah. Where Washington D.C. They actually are their own entity, and they have their own police force, their own government, their own mayor, the whole nine yards, and it's the most liberal spot in our entire country. Well, since the act of him assassinating or trying to kill, well, actually shooting Ronald Reagan, getting 3 bullets, he paralyzed James Brady. He didn't kill, but he shot he got a bullet in a Secret Service guy who lived, and then got a bullet in Ronald Reagan who lived, but it was way more worse than the media or people led us on to believe. Now, because he was tried in the most liberal courts with the most liberal judges, somehow, way, shape, or form, if this would have happened in Florida or Indiana or Texas or anything like that, I mean, no way would the guy see the light of day. So the liberal, first of all, he pled not guilty by reason of insanity, and the judge granted that. Most judges would be like, listen, if you can tie your shoes, wipe your ass, and make yourself breakfast in the morning, you're competent enough to know right from wrong, right? I mean, if you can drive a car and obey the speed limit, obey the traffic signs, obey the laws of the road, then I think that you have the cognitive learning ability to know right from wrong, right? Otherwise, you just get in a car and just drive it like an asshole, right? So if you have the ability to drive a vehicle and abide by the traffic laws, then I personally think that you're competent enough to stand trial.
Didn't he do that because he wanted to impress like Jodie Foster?
He had an absolute obsession with Jodie Foster, and he wanted to do this so that he could impress her. Well, so maybe that is somewhat leads to insanity. So anyway, the first step of him never ever really going to a real prison, and at the end of the day, being a free man. He's as free as you and I. He can come. He doesn't even have like an ankle monitor or probation. He can come and go. I'm assuming if he has a passport, he can travel abroad. So it starts with.
You think he gets a lot of assassination ass?
You know what? Listen. There's a lane.
I hated Reagan too. There's hop on top, Big Daddy.
Now, granted, that woman's 65.
Sure.
Yeah,
but she
was like, I was a big Jimmy Carter fan, and you know what? So the first step of why he's walking out and about. Hell, there was probably a period of time before we got our Twitter back that John Hinckley had an X/Twitter account, and we did.
We talked about it on the show before.
John Hinckley, who shot a president, had a Twitter account, and I didn't. So anyway, the first step of that was to be able to convince a judge that he was legally insane, so he was not guilty by reason of insanity. So they did the trial, and they found him not guilty by reason of insanity, and they sentenced to, I think, life with the possibility of parole in a mental asylum. So in a mental asylum, he never really had to go, do hard time behind bars. So he did 40 years, 38 years, something like that at the middle ward. And he was a model crazy person, didn't cause any problems. Then they started, if you remember, the last 5 years of his sentence, he would go in front of a parole board every couple years, and they would commend him on, again, this is all because it was tried. This was tried in the most liberal court system in our country. So then he would go in front of these boards, and they would see that he's getting better. So then, they actually granted him 2-week intervals where he could go live with his mother. They would check him out of the cuckoo farm and go, and as long as he stayed at his parents' house, he was good. And then that led to a full-blown release. So, yeah, the guy that tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan is a free man today.
Didn't he paralyze that Brady guy?
Yeah, he paralyzed. And in fact, one of there was a gun law that was, I think, that was made, or they passed a gun law called the Brady. I think it's called the
Brady Bill. Yeah,
the Brady Bill. Which I don't know what. Maybe I should ask Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Thanksgiving's just around the corner, so how about a joke to get you cooking?
Sure.
Why did the cranberry sauce cross the road?
Why?
To get to the other sides. If that tickled your wishbone, ask me for a Thanksgiving joke and I'll dish out more.
No, stop.
Let's cosplay pilgrims and Indians sexually.
Hey, Alexa, what is the Brady Bill?
The Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, often referred to as the Brady Act, the Brady Bill or the Brady Handgun Bill, is an act of the United States Congress that mandated federal background checks on firearm purchasers in the United States.
All right, which is cool. Cool. I think you need. If you're gonna.
No background check if you're buying it from the dude at the gun show who's got a snake in his car.
Right. He does. He also will sell you a boa.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Hey, listen, I know I'm selling you a Snub Nose 38 here, buddy, with the serial numbers filed off, and it's a cash transaction only. I don't need to see, but I got a brand new baby boa constrictor in the back of my trunk. He likes hot spots, so he's in the trunk.
Right from the Everglades.
Yeah. By the way, the Everglades of Florida never really had a boa or python problem, but because of Hurricane Andrew, came through Homestead, which is really about the closest municipality to the Everglades. And it came in and wiped out like one of the largest reptile places in Florida, along with everybody else's pet, snakes and stuff like that. So literally, and if you're listening to us outside of Florida, you may not know this, but we have, I think, a 365-day open boa and python hunting season in the Everglades, where the state of Florida will pay you based on poundage. To kill as many python and boa constrictors as you can put in your boat in the Florida Everglades, because they become so big that they literally can eat. They are the largest predator on the food chain. They'll kill alligators.
Did you see the one? There's a video. I'll have to send it to you during the break. It ate a full-size buck.
Yeah, a deer.
Yeah,
a buck, horns and all.
Yep.
Horns too?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't care. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, for real, like they're. I mean, so they have.
Do you think, Bubba?
They have big python hunt competition. Like some guy will go in there and spend the weekend with him and his buddy, and he'll make like $3 or $4 grand just on how many pythons and boas he kills.
If they drain the Everglades and every single reptile and creature that lived in the Everglades was able to just come out and had to find somewhere else to live,
well, they die.
Well, I was going to say, could they take over humans in Florida? Like, are there so many snakes and alligators that they could overwhelm us in a civil war?
No. We I mean, they're.
We would kill. Okay, all right.
Bush hog them.
Yeah, we would just. Yeah.
I'm just asking. I mean, you never know.
We have so much. I mean, listen. If we as Floridians are getting so stupid that we can let the animals beat our ass, then I mean, then we really are dumbing down. I mean, I'm really second guessing how we're teaching our kids.
I know we have some guns and some stuff that I don't know.
But here's but you make kind of an interesting point, and that is our kids and the way that we're teaching our kids are so soft that they taught. I mean, it wasn't unreasonable, Lummy, for us to not. When I was in, I think, 8th grade, the Warsaw Community School System had Daisy BB guns.
Oh yeah,
and we actually had a whole week. Remember during PE, Lummy, they would do it in blocks of a week. So 1 week you'd do like volleyball, and the first day, like on Monday, would teach you the rules, and then like Tuesday, by Wednesday you were playing volleyball games, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday you played the games. Then the next week would be like soccer. And then the next week would be like bowling, and we get on a bus and get to go to the bowling alley for a week. Well, then one week we actually had shooting.
For real?
For real.
That's awesome.
Just with BB guns, and then the school had bought these like we did it in the gym, and they bought like these cardboard targets that they put down at the end of the gym, and the boys and the girls had to learn how to shoot a BB gun. And then they'd have a target up there. And, based on, if you could hit the target or hit, what would be the grade that you would get. But they actually, and it wasn't, like in today's world, if they were teaching shooting, they'd let the parents be able to opt your kid out of that deal. Be like, I don't want No, there was no opt. And they didn't send a note home with you back in 1980 when I was in middle school to say, hey, is Bubba allowed to learn, shooting next week during PE? No, you just showed up and learned how to shoot. But so what I'm saying is maybe animals could overcome us right now because our education system has gotten so soft that most kids aren't familiar with being able to fire a gun.
Well, you're in the python hunting. You're not allowed to shoot them and kill them.
No, here's how you have to do it.
Oh, no.
No, you have to humanely do it, which is you have to shoot them right behind.
No, you can't shoot.
Bang stick? You can't even use a bang stick?
Forbidden.
No, you have to hit. Isn't it right between their eyes?
Not with a gun. You can't. That's not allowed.
I know. How do they allow you to do it?
They want you to bring them to them alive. So they can kill them.
So hold on.
So they can shoot them.
So hold on. What if I got a big 12-foot boa, right? Or a python?
Yep.
And I got a boat, me and Tuttle, and we don't got that big of a boat. Maybe we only got like a little 24-footer, right?
Yes.
And we got this, 12-foot Boa Python Willie.
Heavy.
And what's Tuttle got to sit there and hold him while I drive him back to the...
If you want to get paid for it,
Tuttle, hold on tight. But Sponge,
It's strangling me.
it's really starting out, I think it's starting to get the best of me, Sponge.
Hold on, 30 more minutes and we'll get $250.
Can you gas it up a little bit? We got to get there faster, Bubba. That or let me take the wheel. I'll be like, I ain't touching that damn snake. I'm afraid of snakes. Okay, well, it's starting to wrap its legs around my leg. I
Can't feel my feet.
I think I might need an amputation once we get back due to the fact that the boa completely killed my right leg. There's no.
You don't get paid for it. I'm reading the.
If they want him alive, then what's
I thought they just want him dead.
They do. Lemmy's reading some Reddit page. Doesn't.
Lemmy,
even
are you
know.
working for the snakes now?
Yes.
You putting snake propaganda out there?
So anyway, man, we have a big snake harvesting deal, man. It's all you can eat down
It's
there.
scary in Florida. We got hurricanes, snakes, alligators. I don't even know how we go about our day-to-day business.
You know the iguanas down south too. They actually want you to kill.
Oh yeah, the Komodo dragons and all that. Yeah, they want you to kill everything, but like alligators and I don't know what's actually indigenous to the Everglades.
Well, the lionfish are another big thing. You can get paid to kill the lionfish because they're not native to the state of Florida.
What's a lionfish? Is that like just fish that are in the ocean?
Yeah.
They have no
predator.
They have no predators.
Are they the ones that got the real spiny spines?
Yeah, poisoned. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, even though we were told, federal authorities are aware of. Listen, if I'm federal authorities, for these next 74 days or however long until Donald takes office or even after he takes office, we need to have a Secret Service detail that no other president has ever seen because there's so much chatter and so much ill will to this guy winning that I think that, hold on. There were 2 attempts on his life before the election. Now we got weirdos that are getting hold of John Hinckley Jr., the guy that shot Reagan and is now a free man. People getting a hold of him, asking him to shoot the president. Now, if I'm federal authorities, I'm actually going and talking to these people that have, they have the capabilities. Like if you're, Johnny 123 on whatever forum and you're getting a hold of John Hinckley Jr., they have the ability to track down who Johnny 123 is, and they pay Johnny 123 a visit. Why are you getting a hold of John Hinckley Jr. to harm the president-elect? Well, right? I mean, you shouldn't. I don't think you should. Listen.
Not even joke about it, though.
Clearly, Hinckley has had enough. He told everybody to back off with a message. I'm a man of peace now. Please stop with the negative comments.
Bubba, I sent you, I know we were talking about iguanas and eating them and stuff. I just sent you a picture of a buddy of mine who was in Texas last week for a family barbecue.
Did you send it on IM?
Yeah. They send exotic stuff. They do exotic animals and all that. And
all right, so they have a barbecue, but it's not like your standard hamburgers and hot dogs.
No,
it's exotic Willie, right?
Look on your IM, dude. It's
Oh, hold on. Let me get it over here.
Oh.
And by the way, on the python thing, sorry, you just can't use a gun, but you can use a knife to cut their head off. That's it.
A machete?
Yes, a machete. No guns are allowed.
So what do? You grab it, then you just wow, is that an eagle? Look at oh my God. Now listen, Seth, do they really eat these things?
Yes. Yeah.
They do.
My buddy doesn't, but it's his family's business and everything. So
it's supposed to be good.
He's got a big green egg, and which that's good. And
I mean, that's all Bubba. It's not like there's all that. That's all iguana.
I know. You got a few peppers and tomatoes in there, but like it's 90% iguana. Here, hold on. Here's an iguana. Here's an iguana. Here's a big one. Here's another one. They got them wrapped right around the grill.
I know.
Now when they get it when they're done cooking, is that when they like butcher it, like cut it up into like hey, I want the backbone here, or you would think that they would maybe quarter it before you put it on the grill, but Tuttle, you're into fishing.
Yeah,
a lot of people will cook the fish,
the whole fish, keep the head,
and then dissect it after it's cooked.
Yeah, just slice it down the middle, rip the guts out around where they connect at the backbone.
Seth, that's not a lot of that offends me.
I know. See, I've been trying to find a way to use that for content for like 2 weeks, and I'm glad we finally brought it up.
I'll tell you where the content is. The content's going there the next time they have one of these iguana bakes and watching, watching the whole process, and then watching the guys, people, grab that iguana like you would a chicken drum
and eat it
and start eating it.
It says
gotta be like gator, right?
Iguanas are referred to as chicken of the trees.
There you go.
Come on.
Chicken of the trees.
Yeah.
So anyway, people are getting a hold of John Hinckley Jr. To kill Donald Trump. I don't know where I had the page. Let me find it, because I was going to read some of the messages that people were sending. Hinckley, here it is. Hinckley, we got a job for you. We need you now more than ever, John. We really need you right now, buddy. We need you again, John. Do it for Jodie Foster. I'm holding out for you as a hero. Even at 3 a.m., John, please answer. Now, don't you go and absolutely, it looks like maybe this person and that person's the same, but looks like there's a total of maybe 4 different people here.
It's free speech to Elon Musk, baby. It's what he's all about. That's what he's all about.
John was arrested back in 1981 after he shot and wounded President Reagan outside the Washington Hilton. Also injured 3 others in the shooting, including White House Press Secretary James Brady, who was disabled for life by the gunshot. Hinckley remained in a psychiatric institution for the next 30 years and was granted conditional release. And I didn't know this. He's been out for 8 years. Was granted conditional release in 2016 to live with his mother, as he was no longer deemed a threat.
Now he lives on his own.
I think that he had to live with his mother for a certain amount of time, and then keep checking in with his probationary officer. And then as he was continuing to prove that he was just a normal dude, they let him all, out. The motivation behind Hinckley's attack on the president was, again, as Tuttle said, his obsession with actress Jodie Foster, which resulted in him being found not guilty by the reason of insanity in June of '82. Seems like John is just trying to live a peaceful manner, so he may not want to consider. He may want to consider ditching social media. I just, for the life of me, can't understand how he's walking amongst us as a free man.
And he's not doing, he must not doing any interviews, no podcast, no cameo. I mean,
that could be a condition of his release. You know what I'm saying?
Not make any money.
Yeah, because, listen, everybody, Joe Rogan, you may not condone what he did. Nobody would condone what he did, but everybody would want to talk to him on the process of, one, my first thing would be like, John, how in the hell do you think it's okay, or, to be, you're a free man. You actually put a bullet in a sitting president, and you're a free man.
You paralyzed a man.
Shot a man. Like, man, how does that happen?
I would love to see a discussion between him and Jodie Foster now.
Let me, Brian from Philly, $20 in the PayPal. Maybe you feel bad about being a dick. Thank you, Brian from Philly. Let's turn it around, please. Positive stuff only for us. Thank you. We don't act well on negative stuff. Now, I knew that San Francisco is at its all-time worst right now. In fact, I would say maybe even California might be at its all. As much as they, try to say that Gavin Newsom is all that, it's my understanding that California is as weird and liberal and messed up as it has ever been, to the point where they had to pass a Proposition 36. Proposition 36 overwhelmingly passes in California, reversing some of the Soros-backed soft on crime policies. So, and then did you see, Lummy, where the district attorney that was trying to get out the Menendez brothers, he got his ass kicked in Los Angeles because people in California are tired of the homeless, camps. They're tired of the the immigration or the African Americans or the white trash or the humanity that walks in,
poop on the street,
and snatches and grabs $900 worth of stuff and doesn't get prosecuted due to the very bill that the Proposition 36 turned over. The San Francisco it's losing. San Francisco, once the tech capital of the world, Silicon Valley, still probably is, but Tesla moved out. A bunch of companies have moved out of San Francisco because San Francisco is absolutely just a dumpster dive. Well, San Francisco for the last 4 years has been led by an African American female. She was the first African American female to be the mayor of San Francisco. Now, did the Levi Strauss error? That's the person that beat her.
Yes.
Says San Francisco's first black mayor, London Breed, conceded the race of mayor to Levi Strauss heir Daniel Lurie. Now, am I assuming he ran as a Republican?
It looks like it.
Did he run as a Republican?
It looks like it. It looks like he spent a lot of money too.
While the streets of San Francisco have been cleaner and homeless tents much harder to find in the recent months, Breed's fellow Democratic challengers on the campaign trail reportedly hammered her administration on doing too little, too late for the homeless tent encampments, open air drug bust, brazen retail theft proliferation along her 6 years in office. And so it looks like this guy who is an heir to the Levi Strauss, blue jean manufacturer, came in and is now the new mayor of San Francisco. Will you see it?
Looks like he's a Democrat.
Oh,
yeah.
Can you?
That's what I'm trying to find out. How you can run against the other Democrat?
I thought mayors there was no. I thought it was like
no political affiliation.
Yeah.
But voters flocked to Lurie. His name is it Lurie or
looks like Lurie.
Lurie, age 47, a city native from a storied family who pledged to bring accountability to public service back to City Hall. He is the founder of the Tipping Point Company, which says it has invested more than $400 million since 2005 in programs to help promote people with housing, education, and early childhood. So anyway, it looks like they got a new mayor in San Francisco. Maybe this dude who's the heir to the Levi Strauss company can do something with that hellhole.
It looks like he won 56-43.
Nice. Hello.
Hey, Bubba. It's Dave, West Palm again. I wanted to ask you a quick question because I don't get it. I don't get the hate. Because in 2 days, you've got an all-time stock market high. You've got Bitcoin all-time high. Hamas's leader just said he wants a ceasefire.
That's not true.
Because Trump's coming in, and you got Putin that wants to talk to end the war. So what's wrong? What's the problem there?
Well, half the stuff is a lie.
Yeah, first of all, half of it's too early too.
Hamas wants to end the war, but Hamas has rejected giving up any hostages whatsoever. So there will never be an end to anything as long as Hamas has the hostages. So of course they want it to end, but they want it to end on their terms, which will never happen.
Oh, I read an article yesterday off Newsweek that said that they wanted to end it. Did I misread that? I don't know. I might have.
No. You have to have an understanding of course, Hamas wants to end the war, and they want Israel to stop killing them every single day, but they are not willing to give up the 50 or so hostages that are still alive. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there will be no end to a war. So they can say
it's easy to say.
So it looks like Trump's getting credit for Hamas wanting to say they want to end it. But Hamas has always wanted to end it, but they have never wanted to give up their leverage, which is
the hostages.
The hostages, which out of 110, which they say they had, maybe 50 or so are still alive.
Oh, maybe I misread that then.
Well, of course, and again, of course, everybody wants it to end, but
the other stuff is fine. The other stuff is true about stock market and all that. But I'm saying as far as like the Hamas stuff goes and the Russian and Ukraine war, like I think people are kind of running with some false headlines there.
Okay, my fault.
Appreciate
I'll let you guys go.
Bye now. Bye. Thanks. It's going to be interesting on how all this shakes out. And then the Los Angeles District Attorney Gascon, who has allowed LA to be as bad as San Francisco, and who tried to do a last-minute Hail Mary, hoping that as he was trending, 20, 25 points behind the dude that was running against him, he lost. This is an article about that. It's behind. Oh, man, there we go. I got to find out where that's coming from. Every time, it's just you know what? Hogan used to say it right. The only easy day was yesterday.
Oh man,
yeah, it's pretty deep. And
I mean, it's really I don't know how to feel about it.
Did you hear about this? Los Angeles.
Now talk about an absolute ass whipping.
I thought everybody loved the Menendez brothers. This can't be just about them.
No, but hold on. The new guy that's taken over.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm.
Is he for letting him out?
Well, he goes, I want to take a nice look at it. It's on my things to do list. Let me look at this. I go to the story, then it starts giving me pre-rolls, and then it takes me to a whole nother story. Here he is. Hold on.
Did you hear about this? Los Angeles has voted to oust
ass whipping.
Stone, electing Nathan Hochman with 61% of the vote.
California also passed Prop 36, making shoplifting and theft a felony for repeat offenders and increasing penalties on drug charges.
Joining us right now is the winner, Los Angeles County District Attorney-elect Nathan Hochman.
And I think he ran as a Republican. See, they had the red underneath him.
Yeah, they did.
Nathan, America is glad you won. What is the message we get from your overwhelming election? We should get from it.
So the message is that the voters of L.A. County rejected extreme pro-criminal policies. Gascon had, the current DA, Gascon, had brought in about 4 years ago, where he said that certain crimes and certain criminals will not be prosecuted, notwithstanding the facts of the law. And I rejected those decarceration policies. I also rejected the mass incarceration policies. And I came down in the middle, and I call it the hard work middle. Because you got to do the work to make sure that each individual case is being considered individually. You look at the defendant's background, the crime committed, the impact on the victim. To determine who the true threats are to our public safety and need to be behind bars, those are the repeat offenders.
To me, it sounds like pretty much common sense. Does it not? I mean, it literally sounds like, me and Tuttle can run this department.
Well, it sounds like they're going to be prosecuting criminals again.
Yeah, and that is the fact that that is the fact that, if Phoebe gets her purse snatched, they're going to go after the bad guy, right? In L.A., Phoebe could get her purse snatched. She tells the cop it was kind of a cheap purse and I only had $400 in it.
And Gascon's like, hey, go get a new one.
Right, go get a new one. It's not worth my time to get that.
Screw you, Gascon!
But I mean...
And the ones that aren't.
It's really just common sense.
It seems like it.
Back in the day, man, if you would steal a pack of bubble gum, they would arrest you. Right?
And beat you.
And beat you down.
And hang your picture up in the store so you'd be shamed in the neighborhood.
Nonviolent first-time offender could very well serve their punishment proportionally through community service, restitution, or a diversion program.
So, Nathan, you got a big job. I mean, you still got some good ADAs that are in the office, but you got a ton of public defenders that are now acting like they're district attorneys. You got a clean house. How are you going to be able to do that?
It's great. I got the endorsement of the 750 deputy district attorneys, and those are the guys that 98% of which rejected.
Hold on. So the 700 district attorneys, assistants that worked for Gascon, they hated their boss so much that they endorsed this guy. Wow, what's that saying as a boss?
That's pretty bad.
And man, a 61-37 ass kicking.
And actually supported the recall of their boss. That is a talented, diverse group of prosecutors, and I'm going to rebuild that esprit de corps because the LA County District Attorney's Office used to be the gold standard by which all DA's offices were measured, and we're going to resume.
A gold standard. Look, we were a gold standard on how we prosecuted OJ. We were a gold standard on what we did to Reginald, all the people that beat up Reginald.
The guy in the truck.
Yeah.
What was his name? God, we got
Reginald Denny, I think.
Yeah,
it was.
Reginald Denny.
We certainly handled the Rodney King situation, correct. Let's not forget that they originally tried the cops that beat up Rodney King, and they found him not guilty. They had to take it federal when the L.A. County district attorneys tried the cops were found not guilty. It took the federal government to hem them up that they had violated Rodney King's civil rights. They didn't get in trouble until they went federal.
Wasn't that the worst look in the world? Because about that time, not a lot of people had video cameras back when that happened, correct?
I know. And they're about the size of like a suitcase when you did have one, remember?
Yeah, and you had to have happened to beat
they
the
were
crap.
They were at least the size of a shoebox.
Yeah.
In that status.
Yeah. One of the big cases out there, as you know, Nathan, is the Menendez brothers. And your opponent, George Gascon, wanted them resentenced. And, a lot of people are saying, oh, they've rehabilitated. They should be out on the street. You're the boss now. What's going to happen?
The methodology to examine that case is the same whether it gets media attention or not. In the Menendez case, you actually got to do the hard work of the facts and the law. You got to look at thousands of pages of confidential prison files, thousands of pages of transcripts. You got to speak to the prosecutors, law enforcement, victim family members, and the defense. And only then can you form an opinion on whether or not the resentencing is appropriate. If it lands on my desk, because it might not, but if it does, I'll do that hard work to form an opinion that I can justify in court.
Do you believe, are they rehabilitated?
Again, you would have to look at thousands of pages of confidential prison files that the public doesn't have access to.
I mean, it looks like he's going to take a look at it, right?
Yeah, Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Thank you, Neil.
The DA's office does. And if I would take power on December 2nd. There's a hearing right now set for December 11th. If that hearing stands, then we will be ready for that hearing, or we will seek a continuance to do that thorough review.
Is he going to be quiet?
I mean, this guy, I can see why he won, because he comes across as a kind of no-nonsense, regular
robot,
regular dude, right?
Cooperative on the transfer?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is he going to be cooperative on the transfer of power?
I had a great talk with George Gascon yesterday. He graciously conceded, and he said he would do what he can to ensure a smooth transition, which is greatly appreciated.
Whatever he did, just do the opposite, and you're going to be great.
Real quickly, what happens to Colin?
Brian Kilmeade.
The state of California now. There were some rumors that maybe she would go and run for governor.
Those still might be rumors, but the governor's office won't be filled for another 2 years, and we're going to do our best in the meantime to bring back and restore safety in the community of Los Angeles County.
Yeah, I mean, Los Angeles is bad. When I come back, Lummy will break down the Prop 36 deal. It overwhelmingly passed. Did you know that we are only one of a few states that require the 60% amendment deal? Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have weed and abortion. I mean, God, Florida would be utopia at that time. Recreational weed, and you can suck out a fetus.
Oh, boy.
With a handgun.
Oh.
I mean, not kill.
Handgun?
You can have a handgun.
Right.
You can have recreational weed.
Yes.
And you can take your girl to the abortion clinic with no questions asked up until 24, 25 weeks.
Yep.
That's America.
That
was the Florida that we thought we knew and loved.
That was the Florida that I thought Ron DeSantis was going to make. Instead, he went evangelical because he's trying to set himself up. I mean, you know what? I don't even know who the Republicans next, 4 years, 3.5 years from now, they got to go with J.D. Vance, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, maybe DeSantis at best a VP.
Maybe a VP.
Man, I was really bummed out. I was more bummed out on the abortion deal than I was the weed. I mean, we got weed in some capacity here. So if you got your medical card, you can do what you want. But like abortions, man,
it'll pass next time.
It's got to. It's that minor. It's that the not
tell the parents,
not having to tell your parents kicker. I think that language is what shot it down, because it only lost by like 1.6%. And I do think that your parents need to be informed of a minor person under the age of 18 that's trying to suck out a baby.
What if it was the parent that impregnated the minor?
Oh, wow, Tuttle.
Wow, that's a whole other layer.
Wow.
That's something.
Yeah, you are dark, aren't you?
I'm just... yeah.
You want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past? Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah, I bet he did.
He only sold it to the news place for $500.
There were a couple questions on Rumble. Snizzle Layer, you were saying about scaling. I usually don't like. I cut fillets, so I cut right down the backbone, the spine, top of the fish, go through, and then I take the skin off the other side. So that's why I never scale. I just leave the meat. That's all that I have. I don't even leave the skin on. But a lot of Spanish people love cooking the fish whole, just gutted with the head on and stuff. Extra flavor. But no, you can ask Fish on Jay. Fish on Jay's actually in here, and he'll tell you I'm actually really, really good at filleting fish. And then I think somebody asked, because I knew somebody was going to ask, who I voted for. I forget who that was. Anyways. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean, it's Nizook Slayer. Yeah, it just, I like it that way better. You know, some people can eat them whole like that, but man, I hate having to deal with the bones and stuff. What's up? I'm gonna call you the police. What up, retarded? Yeah, I'm down, man. The key is you gotta have a really, really good sharp knife. A lot of people try to get in there and fillet with just a regular, like one of those Bubba knives that they hardly ever sharpen. Thank you, Bubba is my god. What's up, Bubba's Cankles? Good morning, Bright Farm. Still waiting for the Tuttle can throw 85-mile-an-hour video. I don't know. And everybody, so I couldn't find the person that asked who I voted for, but I don't really get into or discuss what I vote, but I will say it one time and one time only, just because everybody's going to think that I voted for Kamala, but I did not. I voted for Donald J. Trump. Iggy McGillicuddy, hello. Iggy McGillicuddy, don't ignore that, Tuds. I won't.
Hey, let me make sure the guys are working on our, because we have Dion on again, and we've had him on. We got to get more of these.
We're working on it.
Yeah, they're working on it. Maybe a little 6-minute one.
I think, yeah, there's 6 minutes.
Gene wasn't able to make it in this morning. I don't know if we were talking about why, but.
Stomach bug.
Okay,
or something.
all right. I just was keeping a.
And if Gene's got a fucking stomach bug, I mean, it's probably a fucking.
He's a man.
Something a mere mortal couldn't handle.
Iggy McGillicuddy says, Iggy, I'll read it out loud. Don't make me call Bubba and inform him you are taking money from the show, Tuds.
What?
I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm a little confused, but okay.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
As we're about a month out, the red letter days for the show will be obviously next Friday and Saturday. That will be the Content House. That'll be exclusively on our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Thanks, Iggs.
Thank you, Iggy.
So that'll be Friday and Saturday on YouTube. Friday will be mostly house-related stuff. Saturday, a little bit of house-related stuff. I think we got early morning yoga.
Yes, we do. Right, Tuttle?
What?
Tuttle, were you
Tuttle,
able
I
to...
thought you got the yogis coming up. Yes. I'm sorry. I was checking something real quick. Yes.
Big Red will be, well, first of all, Tuttle and Colton are in charge of security. They'll be sleeping in a...
Are they really not gonna sleep inside?
No, they got to sleep out. They've really got to sleep outside.
Okay.
I didn't buy this, $200 tent for them to...
I know it's just a kick-ass house,
Yeah, well, we really don't have the room.
I'm just saying.
And listen, we're in show business. Mm-hmm. And it's not going to be hot. It's not like it's in the middle of July where you genuinely I bought sleeping bags, nice sleeping bags that you're going to probably really need. It's going to probably be a little chilly, and it's the optics of them staying outside, and we'll have a camera out there when it's time to get up in the morning.
I love the optics, Bubba. I just
you're just soft.
No.
And you don't like people to have to do hard things, and I'm a hard ass, old school, and I mean, listen.
This is a cakewalk compared to the other stuff.
I was getting ready to say, in Tuttle's overall
body of
work and tenure at the BRN, he'll take sleeping on a nice air mattress with his... Listen, I didn't buy a little two-man tent that they're going to be shoulder to shoulder on. I went by everything Colton asked for. He wanted at least like a four-man tent so they had plenty of room to move around.
John Kosika, $50.
They wanted his own air mattresses so they weren't sharing air mattresses.
Snacks.
Thank you, John Kostika. He wanted just all of his demands to make them comfortable in their tent. He got, and so in Tuttle's overall tenure, I'm talking about is anal expansion. We're talking about scissor jizzer. We're talking about just all
Bubba Saw.
All the things that poor Tuttle has gone through.
This is almost like a vacation.
This is Tuttle sleeping in a tent. With his very own sleeping bag on his very own air mattress,
with his bestest buddy, good friend,
with a cooler full of whatever he wants and unlimited gummies is a cakewalk.
Hell yeah!
I mean, that's like staying at the Hilton compared to what he used to do for me. So. It's just in the optics of it.
No, it's going to be good. I just, I want those guys to have a good time.
And I want it right out front, too. Like right out front of the very front lawn. Like, boom, right there. Maybe right by the mailbox or something. So, anyway, next Friday and Saturday, our Content House. Saturday night, we'll be at the Davenport Ale House. They have like a 250 capacity courtyard. It's going to be nice weather, cool. But let me, make it be 100% no chance of rain until we bring the cash cube, and then we'll get a downpour.
Birdo price $20. Yeah, there would be a hurricane.
So Friday at the Content House, all of this will only be on one place. It's not going to be on Rumble. It's only going to be on YouTube. That's the only place you can get it.
Yeah, YouTube all weekend, and then we'll be done, and then football will start on Sunday, and there you go.
Yeah. Now, I was Well, probably privately need to ask you guys. I need to ask you guys a question privately that would require us to step outside the studio because I don't even want the hot mic to get it.
Oh boy.
So, all of us probably need to have.
It's about the content house?
Yes, this is about the content house. Yes. So again, just to kind of give you an overall timeline of the content house as the way that I know it, and everybody's mic is on, including Rhett's and Macho Man's. The way I have understand it is everybody is to get there between 3 and 4. With the first, we'll have the camera live, maybe based on Rhett or whoever's running the camera can get there first to get everybody's arrivals. You know what I'm saying? Like be outside, Lummy, and here's Tuttle and Colton are pulling up. Yeah. Oh, here's Bubba and the Merch Crick. And then listen, Seth, I'm thinking if you don't, why don't you ride with me and Merch Crick? Because I'm going to be in my truck. I have room. I have room for a couple people if you wouldn't want to drive over there all like if you just want to hop a ride with me.
Okay. All right. That's in play.
That might be better for you. You know what I'm saying?
It's in play. The only negative. What?
You're already trying to back up.
No. I don't even want to talk about the negative part of it because I want to talk about the negative part. I think I know where you're coming from. I think I know what your concern is, and I think it's something we need to talk about off the air.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm not okay. Jesus.
So
I'm
hopefully,
not even sure if I have a concern.
Hopefully, Rhett gets. I almost need Rhett to get there early to have the camera and with the garage door up, like he's maybe with sitting in a lawn chair with his slides, smoking a joint, and just getting everybody's arrivals. Then I think we're just gonna mess around a little bit, and Red's going to cook dinner.
Yeah, we're gonna chill. It's Friday evening,
right?
And
then we're Friday evening gonna chill. Then we have dinner. And when I say that we have dinner, I want all meals. We're gonna have snacks and stuff for you to snack on. But as far as dinner Friday night, breakfast Saturday morning, and maybe lunch Saturday afternoon, I want our meals to be in like a
sit down.
Yeah, not in kind of a formal type deal. So Friday is dinner. We're gonna watch the Jake Paul Tyson fight, screw around a little bit, do our thing, go to bed.
We got some jumbo boxing gloves we're gonna break out.
Yeah, jumbo boxing gloves. Then Saturday, breakfast.
Yoga.
We got yoga gonna be there. Probably watch some college football Saturday afternoon. Then make our way over to the Davenport Ale House about 6. Probably leave this. I actually Google how, literally, Lummy, we're only 11 or 12 minutes away from our destination.
Oh, perfect.
So we could leave literally, if we're supposed to be there at 6, we could leave at 5:15, 5:30. Get to the Davenport Ale House. We'll be there 6. We're scheduled there to be 6 to 9. We're asking all the Bubba Army to show up. We're going to do the cash cube, and then boom, that's done. That's my timeline. I don't have a Sunday. I don't have a Sunday aspect to the content house. The last bit of content and the last time that we're live
Saturday night
will be Saturday night.
Yeah.
So
if something happens Sunday and somebody wants to go live,
sure,
that's fine. But
absolutely,
I'll be halfway down I-4, whether it's with you, Bubba, or by myself.
Right, hitchhiking.
Yeah.
So that's next Friday and Saturday. Then we just scheduled that December 13th, and Lummy, you need to get a hold of the affiliates and let them know that our last show, our last 6 to 10 morning show is going to be Friday, December 13th. Now, that day we're also going to do at 8 o'clock that night a White Elephant. We'll be live on YouTube. That might be a YouTube exclusive as well. At the studios, a White Elephant gift exchange, Bubba Radio Network Christmas party. And Lummy, the rules for the White Elephant is between $20 and $50.
Okay.
You have to spend at least 20, and you can't spend any more than 50. You can't. You know what? You can spend this. I'm just going to say this. I'm not even going to put a max on it.
Whoa.
Because I might buy something, more, because I feel very festive.
I said festive.
So
when did that happen?
hold on, I'll tell you. I just bought you some goddamn breaks.
I know, but
What do you mean? When did it happen? It's happened all the time.
You haven't been festive at all the past couple weeks. You've been the opposite of festive. You've been anti-festive. You've been defestive.
No, I have not.
Oh yeah, you have. Now you're festive, and I'm feeling it.
Give me one example, bitch. Of me being anti-festive,
Well,
and Rhett and Mach and Lummies and Tuttles.
Okay, well,
hold on. Everybody's mic's on, so if you're gonna blurt that out, I want to know when I've been anti-festive, when I've been hard to work with, when I've been a dick.
It's not that, Bubba. It's not anything about you and working with you. It's about your festiveness towards giving out end of the year presents and bonuses and stuff like that.
Well, first of all, we're in November. We're not even in
Well,
into
sure,
the year.
but there's preparation.
Let me says the guy that just got brand new rotors.
I mean, that's nice.
Brand new brakes, an oil change, and new tires.
Bubba, I'm not talking.
I'm just saying.
We're
lover.
not keeping score.
I know
on all
we're
this
not.
stuff.
We're not keeping score. But hold on, I'm not keeping score until you bring a statement like that out.
I said you were defestive.
I have to defend. When you bring a statement like that,
I didn't say you're a dick.
I have to defend myself. I just can't sit here and take it.
I mean, I didn't know that saying that you were not festive was going to be like calling you the N-word. I didn't know. I know defestive is not anything to call you now. I don't have enough info to back it up.
Call me defestive when I'm Johnny Heatmiser over here, Johnny Penny Pincher, and don't try to help Rhett. I mean, I'm not trying to throw this in your face, but when you wanted a couple days off, was I a dick about it at all?
No.
Mach, when you need a couple days off because you know that you're going to be completely 1,000% junked from your music festival, and you know that there's just no way physically. I mean, you'll literally be just probably doing like Army Ranger crawling to the bathroom on Monday. That there's no way you're gonna. Then you need 2 days off next week. Was I a dick about that in any way, shape, or form?
Well, we could have left all that part out.
Bubba, it's not about you being a bad boss at all. I just didn't pick up the festiveness when we were talking about the holidays. I was trying to do some holiday type programming for the end of the year.
How about 2 weeks paid off? How about that?
I'm not, we're in November, Bubba. It's tough to look, forward to those paychecks in December.
How about your last day to do anything is December 20th, and you get paid, and we don't get back until January 2nd, and all that, you get all.
Thank you, Santa Clem.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 days paid off.
What, Tuttle?
You're being kind of patronizing by calling them like Festive Claus or Clem and stuff like that. Like Bubba is.
I try my hardest.
Bubba, you do a great job. You're a great boss. But I just said that I didn't think that you were in a festive mood this year. I thought, until we replaced the roast with the white elephant party, I didn't know that you were feeling the festiveness. Okay. Now I feel it a little.
Okay. Bubba called and checked on me. He knows that the holidays are coming up, first holidays without my family and stuff. Bubba, hey, just checking on you, kiddo, and stuff.
So anyway, let's just move on.
He did that?
Yes.
Yes.
We're not. You're not on trial, Bubba. I just said
you put me on trial every day, lover.
I just said you
put me on trial every day.
I just said you weren't festive. I had no idea.
That should be almost your job description. Putting Bubba on trial daily.
I want to put you on trial for better stuff than that.
Jesus. Marsha Clark, you got
Somewhat I'm taking that BBC dart in.
Yeah, and you're getting beat too, bitch. I'm OJ. I'm Bubba Cochran. If it don't fit, you gotta quit. That's my shorts.
I'm sorry. Ho ho ho, Bubba.
Your amount was here, $20.
Right. So going through the year-end schedule, so everybody, I know everybody kind of, because this affects everybody. So next week, it's mandatory attendance for the Content House Friday, Saturday. After this next break, when I go into break, if Rhett and Macho Man could just come outside the studio door, I just need to say one thing. It'll take less than 30 seconds so that we're all on the same page with regards to the Content House. That's it. So that's next weekend. Okay, Lummy,
Yes.
and then we're off. For obviously, we're not going to take any really much more time off for Thanksgiving than regular corporations do, and that is just Thursday, Friday, both of those off. And then our last show, 6 to 10, is on the 3rd. Did I say December 12th earlier? I think I meant the 13th.
You said 13th.
You said 13th.
All right, December 13th. On December 13th at 8 p.m., we're going to come back and do a White Elephant gift exchange party. And the only rule with that is you have to spend at least $20. There is no high end. That's what's brought us to this little friction that me and Sethy have. But I may go higher than $20. That is going to be at 8 o'clock on the 13th.
Is this where you draw somebody's name? Is it a Secret Santa?
No,
no,
it's different.
Oh, I don't know what a white elephant is. Then I've never done it.
It's pretty. It's okay. So you draw numbers, and so let's say you get number 1.
Okay.
So you go up and all the presents are wrapped, under the tree.
Oh, I get it. Then you decide if you want to keep or give back the present.
Or no.
Steal.
Number 1 is pretty much the worst spot to be in because you pick a really kick-ass. You're stuck with your present.
I did this 4 years ago. I think Dan got an Xbox or something. He really played the game the right way.
Yeah, and so then number 2 goes up. Number 2 gets their gift, and then if they want. Man, Tuttle, you got that pinky. It's really got it. It's really got it.
I'm getting nervous.
I know. You must. Is that your anxiety meter?
Yeah. So when it's straight up.
So then
should he tape his fingers together, Bubba?
Like a football player? Like he's a wide receiver and he jammed his finger last week.
Yeah, just tape that pinky to the other ones.
I like that pinky when it gets out because it just really it knows that he's on it. He's on one right now.
It's like my rattler.
So then number 2, the guy comes and gets their present, but if they don't like their present, they can take your present. Say, hey, I want your present, and switch.
Okay.
And then it just keeps on doing that until the final one, and that.
Then you open them all at the end, right?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, everybody. Yeah. And then so that's the 13th. That'll be at 8 o'clock. Then Lummy on Monday the 16th. That's when we start from the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th, which is Monday through Friday. We're going to do 10 to 1. On all of our visual platforms, not on regular radio.
Yeah.
So for 1 week, we're going to go 10 to 1. And then we're starting on the 23rd, we're off. And we don't return back until Thursday the 2nd. And that'll be a morning show. That we're back to normal broadcasting.
So there's Thursday, Friday, and then go from there.
What do you mean?
The 2nd, 3rd. Like normal? I'm saying the normal schedule starts. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Bubba.
Yes.
Hey, this is Mark from Cocoa, man. How you doing?
Good, Mark from Cocoa.
I just wanted to mark out the Tuttle for a second. And actually, I had a question for him. Tuttle, I know you're not as into NASCAR as you used to be, but have you heard of a kid named Parker Redsloff?
Sounds familiar.
Parker Redsauce?
Retzlaff, Retzlaff.
All right, is he?
Tuttle, I think.
Where does he race? What is he racing? Dirt late models? Is he racing ARCA? Is he racing what?
No, he races the Xfinity.
Okay,
but just look at a picture of this kid, Tuttle. I think you got a child floating around that you don't know about.
Oh
bro.
no!
Oh, the kind of
Parker Red Sauce. Tuttle hooked up with some.
There was a chick in Fort Myers.
Podcast groupie, Bob and conceived a child, and now he's an Xfinity driver.
That'd be great for Tuttle, right?
Get some money.
Yeah, you're like, listen, I'm your dad.
Tuttle didn't have to be there the whole way when he was grinding it out on the go-kart circuit, and here he is now, or whatever the circuit is before NASCAR.
Sir, we'll look into it. Okay.
I sent you a picture of the kid.
Right on.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Look into Tuttle's possible love child.
Tuttle, have you ever done like a 23andMe or anything like that?
My dad did one before he passed, but no, I have not done one.
Did it confirm indeed that he was your father?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you guys 100% just white?
Hold on. Hold on.
No.
This is the kid right here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's even got a little jut going on.
Tut, he's got a jut. He's got the ears. He's got the nose. He's got the eyes. Tuttle. Did you get some old Daytona groupie cricket back when you had credentials and you were going to the, and you were really,
Daytona.
when you were really into, well, you'd hit Daytona, you'd hit Homestead. Sometimes you'd hit Atlanta.
Yeah.
Did you get some old crick knocked up, and now you got yourself a modern day Xfinity protege?
Yeah,
Look at that.
There was only one time that I actually kind of,
got some ass at the track.
Well,
no. Did
huh?
You mean like accidentally, like almost got a lady pregnant?
Oh, well, yeah, it was the first time where I was just totally wasted on ecstasy.
I've had 4 abortions.
I mean, he's only 21.
Yeah.
Tuttle, can we find his mom? I mean, can we see if we just see if his mom, if Tuttle knows her?
Are they from the Fort Myers area?
When was now, back in the day when you were running hard with Ron and Ron and the Monsters, and did you ever get any groupie ass?
Yeah, there was this one time where it was kind of real shady. It was a couple, and then they had their single female friend with them, and I went to a random house with them. Didn't even know. I was wasted out of my mind. And
were you at a gig?
Yeah, it was at a Monster gig.
At a Monster station gig.
Yeah.
They roll up. They got kind of like a what was that?
Sorry, I knocked down a bottle.
Did it spill?
No, sir. I have had spillage that you haven't known about before, but this wasn't one of them.
Wyatt here is $50.
You're the only one that has a camera that shoots you like you're literally on surveillance.
I know.
Yeah, no, like we're not even trying to get your best shot. It literally looks like we're trying to get you in trouble with a high over top surveillance gimmick.
I
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I always have to do stuff under the desk and everything over here.
Right. So Tuttle, you're at a Monsters gig. This couple shows up. I guess they got like a throuple deal going on.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
some kind of deal. Kind of like, hold on, kind of like T-Shirt Will.
Yeah, exactly.
T-Shirt Will's got that deal.
Yeah, it does.
Where his wife, like him and his wife are married, but they got this other chick. I think her name's Brandy. I think she lives with them.
And they deny the whole thing, too, which is even better.
Yeah, but I know the truth.
Yeah.
The Nash brothers got me clued in on the deal.
Oh, man.
And so anything north of Hernando, this Nash brothers know about.
Have they done a mix-in?
Who?
The Nashes?
No. The Nashes just know that
They just
Will,
know, okay.
Yeah, he just knows. Everything goes to the Nashes north of Hernando. And so I think it was Justin said, man, I'm just telling you, Will, don't let Will lie to you. He's got both of them and like he's sleep. I think that she the third Brandy. If Brandy, I don't know which one's the third, but I think it's Brandy. I think she's got her own bedroom, but I think most of the time they all are just piled up together in the same room. Just
a cuddle puddle.
Yeah, a cuddle puddle.
Yeah, you got to have your own room, I think, if you're doing the throuple whole living
right,
situation.
like, Brandy probably needs her own place where she keeps her clothes and all that. But I think they all end up in a pile in Will's bedroom most nights. Now, there might be nights that Will doesn't want to, get laid, and just wants to watch the ball game. But, and you know what, Lummy? Will completely deny it all.
Of course he will.
But I've been told by, the Nashes who run that whole part of Florida that is, that's how it goes down.
And they're good
so
sources.
Is that what they had, Tuttle? So they take you back to their house. You, I'm assuming, just drive your PT Cruiser.
No, I rode with them. Left my PT Cruiser at the club.
So when you ride with them, it's really locked in.
Yeah, I'm in the back.
You don't even have a way. Like you don't even have a way to leave.
No, I don't
even think there were Ubers back then.
No. This was like 2002,
right?
2003, maybe.
Okay.
So I'm in the back.
Hold on.
seat.
So you're at a gig, and how do they approach you? Like,
well,
how does it go down?
At that time, I was running the sound in the back. So, like, I was, like, had all these, like, intros and stuff I had to play when people came up on stage. And then I was done at a certain point, and they came up, they started talking to me, So I end up going with them.
Now, were they hot? Were they attractive?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the two women were, yeah. I mean, dude was in pretty good shape, but he wasn't in the mix.
Like, are they like, hey, what are you doing afterwards? Do you want to come back to our place and party?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
because they probably don't want to throw out what they're really up to too soon because it might scare you off.
Yeah. So
they want to get you into the lion's den, show the two girls start going at it, and then what red-blooded American man wouldn't want to just jump in on that deal?
Yeah.
Right.
So he's driving an Escalade. Okay. Okay, so him and his chick are in the front 2 seats. I'm in the back seat with the throuple, the third. Okay,
with old girl.
Yeah, and I'm getting
now describe old girl,
I would say about 5'8", 5'9", somewhat, tall. Skinnier, not the biggest boobs, but had some curves to her.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, like face attractive.
Not like the prettiest, but like
doesn't sound like he's painting a good picture here.
But
Bubba.
I mean,
maybe it's not important how she looked.
Good. I mean, decent, right?
Yeah. I
Right.
mean, look, at that point, I wasn't getting a lot of ass. So
Right.
anything.
And you're drunk. You're an alcoholic. You know, all kinds of deals.
So
and you weren't nearly in the shape that you are now either. You're a little fatter, probably not nearly as handsome as you are now.
No, I mean, I was in my very skinny, frail phase.
Okay.
But so
was your wiener looking good then?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It definitely was.
Because we go through periods when your wiener's looking good or it's not looking good.
Yeah, it was pre-scar tissue that I
Right. But with the thinner that you are, the better your ween looks.
Oh, of course.
Right.
And I was taking care of things downstairs, grooming.
All right.
So like it was the first time that I ever got the Riz his in the
All
back
right, so
seat.
hold on. So he's driving the Escalade, and she just is there any does she just offer it up? Like, does she just say, "Hey, I want to give you some road his"?
She's playing around with my ear, kissing my neck and stuff, and she just hand goes down the pants.
Right.
Like,
and so we don't going to get
okay.
So Riz his is initiated.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, are you able to hold out? Like you don't party there, do you?
No. It was about a half mile, so it was not that
so
that
just
long.
5 minutes of Riz.
And plus I've been drinking.
You might have a little whiskey, D.
Yeah, maybe some party drugs.
All right. So you guys get to the house.
Yes. I had a little bit of downtime to recover because we had to wait for the air mattress to blow up on the Florida room because I did it in the Florida room.
Oh, okay. So now hold on. But was it like just you and her?
Yes.
Or did you get to have the wife? What did you
just me and the third?
Just you and the third.
Yes.
And did you put in a pretty good performance?
Oh yeah.
I gotta think though, Lummy, that might take me a little bit out of the mood when I'm having to wait for an air compressor to blow up an air mattress.
It was not.
And then not only that, but you can't even get real good gription on an air mattress. Like if you're going Diz Augie, you really can't get a good. You can't get a really good pursuit of attack, an angle of attack when your knees, are on an air mattress, and at the end of the day, they're probably hitting the floor too.
I kept my shoes on to get some grippage.
Right. So. How long did your lovemaking last with this woman?
Well, when I'm usually inebriated, like it's not stamina. It's just not as sensitive in certain areas.
But you're drunk,
yes.
So you probably went longer.
Oh yeah.
Did she think you were a rock star because
yeah.
did you go an hour? Like what'd you do?
15 minimum.
Right, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Now, did she get hers? Did she party?
Oh, she partied, and I partied where you're not supposed to party.
Oh.
That's why he has a NASCAR son.
Hold on. So let me just bring it into Bubba terms here. You hid your party.
Yes.
Oh, that could get you in trouble.
That was the first time ever.
The first time that you hid your party?
Yes.
And, of course, you were probably unprotected.
Yep.
And you hid your party.
Yes.
Now, have you heard from her since?
No.
Because that could be this driver in NASCAR.
Maybe, but I ended up as soon as I.
Now, how did you get back to the gig?
I called the sexy Savannah. She came and picked me up.
Oh.
She was on the show. I didn't even know where I was at.
Yeah, how did you
I walked to a major intersection, just told her to,
I'm here, I'm at intersection A and B, and...
Yeah.
Okay, Tuttle, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah.
I like you. You're my friend. I like to catch gators on the weekends, too. I always was a big fan of Savannah. I always thought that she really, I don't think Savannah got near the credit of how good of a worker.
Oh, yeah.
She really, and she still contributes to Rush's show from time to time. I think at one time, and this is I don't think this is something that I could get into. I don't think Russ would be up. Russ and I are friends. We communicate. By the way, I extend my condolences. He lost his sister recently, and Russ from the Monsters. But I think at one time him and Savannah were an item.
Yeah,
and I don't think that it was really a secret.
It was. Well,
it was, and then it ended up not being.
Yeah, they did not talk about them being together or living together because they wanted, the female on the show to be single.
Sure. But then eventually I think it came out. It came out, and then I think for whatever reason she left the show for a while to go do her own thing, and now I think she dabbles back on the show occasionally as a special guest, kind of like what you do with me.
Yeah, she is the head gator wrangler at Gatorland.
I got to tell you, man, she is a badass woman. Like, if there was a woman that I needed, if I was going to go to a fight, Lummy, and I had to fight a dude, and I know he was bringing his wife that might be a little scrappy. I mean, I bring the merch crick because she can shoot. She'll shoot you.
Also, she was a former Marine.
But Savannah might be one of the coolest, hottest, knowing how to work on the radio, physically badass bitch. Like, she'll go out there and wrangle up a python. She'll go up there and wrangle up an alligator. Like, she is a true badass.
Wow. She runs the Gator Jumperoo. Have you ever been out there for that?
No, I haven't. Do you ever keep in contact with her?
Yeah. I talked to her a couple of months.
Would you tell her that I said hi?
Yes, I will.
And how much respect I have for her.
Let's get her on a podcast.
Man, yeah. Would she do a podcast?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get her on a Clem and Kush.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, listen, I'm late. Tuttle, you got laid. You partied where you hid your party.
Yeah.
Have you always worried about that?
Yes, I have.
Have you always worried about, man, one time I was with I guess you could call a groupie, and I hid my party. And I haven't, I never heard back. But just because you hide your party, listen, getting a girl pregnant is she has to be ovulating, and then one of your swimmers has to make it by one of her goalies. I mean, it's really, it's harder than you think it is.
If they don't contact me before the kid's 18, do I got to pay anything back?
You're clean. No.
Okay.
No. Like, as soon as that kid turns 18, you are in the clear.
Yes.
But if they get a hold of you at 17, here's what you're looking at. Another 1 year worth of support plus 17 years of back willing.
Wow.
Right. You're done. At that point, you're done. You might as well move to Alaska where they can't find you. For real. Because they're not going to extradite you out of Alaska for,
This is why people don't pay child support?
Yeah.
Just too much?
Oh, it's...
I don't know.
I'm not even going to get into my child support, man.
Live in an igloo with some Indian
Eskimo chick
taking care of me, killing seals.
Doing one in the Iditarod.
Man, I could never be on the Iditarod because I get on the sled and then the dogs would look back at me and go, "Really?"
No, dogs would quit. They would just go walk into the frozen lake.
They just saw it lay down. They'd form a dog union real fast. I go, okay, ready, mush, and I hit them one time, and they really, they start to go, like thinking they got a guy like the size of Tuttle on there, and just their first little, traction gets the sled going a little bit, and then they can get some momentum going. I would go mush and hit them with the whip, and then all of a sudden they would kind of. And then they'd look back and see how fat the guy that's trying to mush them. Then they'd just all sit down. They'd form a dog union real fast. You're like, no way. No,
some of those dogs died during it anyway. They don't want to die,
really?
Right? Oh yeah,
that's got to be mean to the. That's got to be a PETA issue.
Oh, PETA hates it, man.
Oh,
yeah.
But aren't those dogs conditioned that they love it?
Conditioned to die?
Well, supposedly that's what they say. They love it.
Until they're dead.
How many dogs are
like
there?
Horse racing, whatever.
How many dogs are there on a sled? Isn't it like 8?
6 to 8 or something, is it?
But then you got to lead one.
Yeah. I don't know much about the Iditarod.
Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. We were talking Alaska, and once Igloos was brought up, that's all I had.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
All right, yes. All right, thank you. 10-4. Break. Break. Woo! That's the kind of talk I like.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Okay, that was Bubba being festive. I'm sorry. I take it back. Florida.
What's up, Thomas Gilson? How are you?
What up, Longer?
Night Rider 12. Hello, good morning.
LM. Close. I forgot. What's up, Neil? We're coming to Charleston in 2025.
You like that though? You like that ruling?
Oh yeah, for sure. Fuck
So I'm
yeah.
assuming you're probably gonna ride with
Oh yeah. That sealed the deal. Sealed the deal.
We sit in the back of that F-150 like a pimp.
What up, Napa Mike? Neil Grouper. The song's got to just happen. It just has to happen. I haven't been in a super sing-songy mood this week. Because you know what? Let's be honest. There's been a lot of pricks out there. You know?
Lummy, do you want to ride with me?
What up, Thomas? Quicker Tinker Paul.
I have room for one person.
Wait.
I got you. I got besides Seth.
Okay.
I'm taking my truck, so it's gonna be me and the Merch Crick. Me, Merch Crick, and Seth.
Lummy's got to always have his truck. Lummy can't be. I don't think Lummy can be without his truck.
Blair.
Yeah, that's true.
The hardest fish for me to fillet, and a lot of people.
Thank you.
All right.
A lot of
ask Rhett.
I will.
A lot of people say they're easy to fillet, but I always have
Is he
a
gonna
hard
be able to
time.
get there earlier though?
What, for Rhett?
Yeah.
Yeah, if Rhett rides with me, then we would be the first to get there.
Okay.
What's the one? Oh,
Rhett might ask Rhett if he wants to.
High.
Okay.
Flounder.
Angel?
Flounder's the one that I always have the hardest time filleting.
And hell.
I know they're supposed to be easy, but I've never been able to get
What
it.
up, Freddie? Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're good, Fred. Hope you're feeling good, man. I could do that, Danny. I love Manic Monday.
Who sings it?
Is it Cyndi Lauper? Cyndi Lauper? Am I right?
Nope, the Bengals.
Oh, wasn't she in the Bengals?
No.
Oh, fuck.
She wasn't in the Bengals.
Why is that fuck? Is it so?
Just another manic Monday.
Oh.
Wish it was Sunday.
Oh.
Gotta have a lot of fun day. Which I think I messed that one
No,
up.
yeah, because that's my fun day.
That's my fun day.
Just another manic Monday. Stop it, Wayne.
Susan Hoffs, was she not back in the day fighting all that in a bag of chips?
I have no idea who she is. What up, Wolfgang? What up, Felix? What up, Permagrom? I do not know who she is.
Thank you. He would love to do that.
All right, then tell him just to meet me here and we'll figure it out.
All right.
And we'll be the first there.
Oh, Sheephead is hard.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
All right, so it looks like we got everything worked out. I got Rhett and Seth riding with me to the content house. No sense of driving 4 cars or 3 cars over there. We can just take my truck, all ride together. Which means, Rhett, you and I will figure out what time we need to leave from here so that we're first. I'll help you with that. Talking about the content house happening not this weekend, but next weekend in Orlando. Tuttle, are you familiar with the Davenport area?
Yes. Yes, I am.
That's kind of the outer western skirts. That's about as west as you can get and still be considered. I kind of live in Orlando.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, because I mean, celebration.
Isn't Davenport even west of Kissimmee? A little bit?
A little bit, yes. And it's, around 27, which is like right when you start getting into, I say the celebration area is like where like the outskirts are.
I'm excited. Let me, you thinking we're going to have about 150 people at the meet and greet Davenport Ale House all next week.
Yes,
let's
just
make sure we run bumpers and things like that. AI Willie's ins and outs on reminding people that we're at the Davenport Ale House 6 to 9 Saturday night.
And also, so people that keep emailing and asking, it is open to the public?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely open to the
public. And
public.
you don't have to like get an email invite or anything.
It's free.
Like that.
Just show up. We just asked people to invite us to give us a kind of a roughed-in Willie. Who's on the warm line?
It looks like Babyface.
All right. Just to give us a roughed-in Willie, but, you don't have to email us and tell us you're going to be there. Just be there. 6 to 9. Looks like 6 to 9 Saturday night, Davenport Ale House.
Show up and show out.
Yeah. Babyface, yes. Now, Babyface, have you had a day? I've not mentioned your appearance yesterday. I was going to get to it a little bit. But have you had a day to kind of maybe defrag or kind of unwhip yourself and realize that yesterday it was a good appearance? You did a great job. I'm very thankful. You and I didn't have any heat. I didn't yell at you or email you or text you mean stuff that
you normally do.
That I like sometimes I will do when I think that you. But you were at probably the stiffest you've ever been yesterday. And are you calling about that or no?
Well, there's two things. One, there's going to be a lot more where that came from. Trump's my president now. This is MAGA Matroni, and this is what you get. I voted for him.
MAGA Matroni, okay? This is new. Right. This is a new character in development.
Babyface is dead. MAGA Matroni is born, and I'm kicking ass and taking names. Okay, and I'm out of pencil space to write things down. So I'm just kicking ass.
So I mean, if you're MAGA Matroni, if you're MAGA Matroni, you got to act like the way Donald would, which is just boss hogging, being a dick, doing it your way, right?
That's right. Eviscerating my enemies on day one.
He was
asking me with a list.
He was asking me where he gets a KKK outfit yesterday. I mean, he is really trying to go full MAGA here.
Well, at that point, I got to step in. I can't allow that.
I do not. I've never said that.
Okay,
so.
Sorry, I must have been somebody else.
Now Seth's on my list. So
he's like don't cross me. He's like the honky tonk. He's got an ass kicking list. Yeah. You got an ass kicking list.
But then, I have an ass kicking list.
Okay.
It's filling up quick. And that simp on a blimp, Alex Stein's at the top of it. That short that you posted wasn't even the best part of me making him the hoe on the go rather than the pimp on the blimp.
All right. It's getting out of control,
so anyways,
man.
All right. The real reason I was calling was to see what you want me to do about driving over to the content house. Because you got to remember, you got Dan and me and some other people, and we probably have very limited parking spaces.
Well, I mean, I'm full, so maybe you and Dan could. I don't know if you two could stand each other all the way from Tampa to Orlando. That would be interesting in itself. But maybe you could hop a ride with Lummy.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer to have a vehicle there in case I have to make a quick escape for any reason.
We got parking, Brian. There's parking.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can put probably 4 in the driveway, and that's probably all we're gonna have. And probably one on the street.
Yeah.
So I think that we're going to be fine. I mean, every neighbor. I mean, even in your neighborhood where you're the head of the HOA and the biggest dick ever, I'm sure a guy having a family get together, a one night over. Like, I don't know if it's going to be there for a week. I can understand, but if it's one night that there's a few cars parked on the curb. For a 24-hour period, I'm sure even you, being the new MAGA Matroni, is probably not going to bust the guy's balls. Now you're not calling out Crockett's Towing to start flatbedding cars yet.
Rules schmools. I'm not worried about that. No, MAGA Matroni doesn't care about rules or anything. We just do what we want.
Now, are you gonna take your MAGA matroni into your other parts of your life, as far as being an attorney, being a husband, being the head of the HOA? Just some of the other things, rolling around with your
His
friends.
mother-in-law too.
Rolling around with your friends in Vegas for various UFC pay-per-views. Is MAGA matroni across the board, or is it just an isolated character that you only play on my show?
No, I think MAGA Matroni is going to be across the board. My wife got some all she could handle of MAGA Matroni last night, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So,
you were partying. You're partying with your wife. She's Melania. She's now Melania, right?
She looks at me like Melania looks at Trump. So.
with a dead stare, saying, "Why? Why? What was I thinking?"
Like she's constantly planning her escape route.
Right.
Yeah.
She always has a some type of plan as to how she can snatch up your daughter and get the hell out of there fast.
I just wanted to call in and apologize one more time for screwing up your election show, and then leave it at that, because I do feel bad about it. So.
And listen, here's the deal.
I know MAGA Matroni's not supposed to apologize, but this is the last bit of Harris Walz Matroni.
Here's the thing, and I'm not mad. I've not been mad at you.
Disappointed, and I don't like disappointing.
But you are literally in that particular setting. You are the glue that keeps that whole thing going. And we did well, but we were lost without you. Just because you know all the statistics, all the things that we watch on CNN and Fox, you already know. You know the Gwinnett counties and the Fulton counties and everything that Fox and CNN were showing us, where let's not call it yet, because there's a big sleeper cell of Democratic mail-in ballot. Well, you just like you beautifully called it on 20, when we're like, at 10:30 in 2020, where all these deep blue liberal sleeper cells hadn't been counted yet, you were the only one to be like, hey, let's burn a timeout here. I wouldn't be so fast to go to bed thinking Donald Trump's going to win. And we're like, shut up, Brian. She's not going to, Biden's not going to be able to overcome 56,000 votes in Georgia. And so the information that we get externally from various news sources, which makes the show even that much better. But, it was an isolated incident where you were in the emergency room. For the 20 years that I've known you, I've never known you to ever go to the emergency room. So you're not a hypochondriac. It just was horrible timing. And it really is, it's really, really a testament to how knowledgeable you are on that particular topic.
Well, I appreciate that. I also didn't expect it to be in the emergency room for 12 flipping hours, because I have no experience with the emergency room. I think the last time I went to an ER, I was like a kid. I literally have not been to an emergency room, and it is ridiculous.
The best emergency room to go is in Carrollwood. It's where my stepfather died. I forget what road. It's just maybe a road, or it's kind of near the Dale Mabry, like.
That's St. Joe's North.
Is that where St. Joe's North? Is that where you went?
I went to St. Joe's Central, like the one by the stadium.
No,
because
that's
that was
worst.
The closest one to my office. But I know, but I didn't know that. Obviously, I have no point of reference. But that was the closest one to my office and the studio, because I was thinking, worst case scenario, I'm there 6-7 hours. I get to the studio around 7:30.
Now, don't they have
8 o'clock?
Don't they have an app, Lummy, where I don't know, but I think most emergency rooms have
how long the waiting list is.
Well, I don't know if it's an app that covers all of your emergency rooms that are within your, a 50-mile area of where your app is centered, or you have to go individually to each place and see what the wait time. But I think there is a way to see what their current wait time is for emergency rooms in various hospitals.
Yeah, emergencyrooms.org.
Emergencyrooms.org. Brian, just next time that you need to, let's say something would happen where you needed to go to an emergency room again, you need to go to emergencyrooms.org. You type in where you're at, and it tells you the closest one. I'm sorry, the one that has the lowest wait time.
I'm already training for 2028. I'm going to be in peak physical condition and performance. I'm going to control stress and and whatever nerve issues I have, and we're going to rock it out in 2028.
Now,
but you're right. I mean, I called 2020, and I called this past election when a lot of people were saying it was going to be Kamala. I'm like, no, man, Trump.
Here's the thing, man. I don't think if anybody, for the most part, except I think I did. I think I had it at 307, did I not? When the one day, or 308. I don't think anybody called it.
Oh, Bubba Wendy nailed it again.
I think Bubba Wendy did nail it, but I don't think that anybody anticipated this big of an ass kicking, because they didn't know that she had absolutely lost the majority of Latino men and African American men. I don't think most people predicted she had lost that much that she did, and this was an absolute ass kicking. Is it what it was?
Yeah, no, it was a stomping. It was a good old fashioned beatdown, Donnybrook, if you will. Anyways, love you guys.
Hold on, who ends up being the candidate in 28?
Oh my goodness, I have no clue. I mean, J.D. Vance would seem to be the heir apparent.
No.
Elon Musk might want it.
No.
He likes Newsom.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, he can't. I know he wasn't born in America, but we have all Republican Supreme Court, all Republican president and Congress. So who knows what rules they'll change?
That'll never change.
What I'm saying is, democratically, who's going to be the candidate?
Oh, on the Democrat side?
Yeah.
Jesus. I have no clue. I mean, Gavin, possibly. I don't know though.
Gavin got his ass kicked on that Prop 36 and Prop 47. The Republican. I think a Republican just won the San Francisco mayoral election. The Levi Strauss error. So I mean,
But it doesn't matter what they just need somebody that looks good and says the right things, I think, and then that gets you, that gets you almost there. I don't know if it's about palace.
It definitely won't be a woman. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
Because the last two that the Dems have put up, you can say what you want about Hillary Clinton, but in terms of experience and resume,
that's what I said.
As a candidate. Nobody came with a more complete resume than her.
That's what I said.
To run for president the first time.
I said that 2 weeks ago when I played her immigration policy from 2008. And I said, you can say what you want about Hillary Clinton, but she has a better resume politically than both of the bozos that are going for president right now.
Supposedly Obama wants to start grooming Shapiro.
Really?
Yeah.
Is Shapiro all that?
Well, that's why Shapiro didn't accept the VP, because he didn't want to put his name in the mud.
He didn't want to be a loser.
Correct.
So he wanted to. I mean, let me say he's reading that Barack Obama has said they're going to start grooming Shapiro, and the reason why Shapiro didn't join the ticket was he didn't want to be, a potential loser.
Well, the Dems should be smart. Go with Shapiro and then somebody like Gretchen Whitmore as the VP, so you can get two of those Rust Belt states back, and then all you have to do is figure out how to carry Wisconsin, and you've got the White House again.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I mean, that's the strategy. Is you just got to re-win the Rust Belt.
So who does?
Don't get caught up in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia. Those states don't matter.
Who went now?
Three states.
Who does JD now? So if that's the Democratic side of things, man with a woman kicker, I think the Republicans got to do the same thing, and that's when you roll out Tulsi Gabbard or Nikki Haley. I like Tulsi better because she comes from that side of the fence. To me, that's attractive. And
what if RFK's still doing his thing?
His voice, they're not going to unless they fix his voice. He's out.
Vance loves Vivek. They're best friends. He's probably going to pick Vivek.
I like Vivek
for his VP,
but I like Tulsi Gabbard way better than Vivek.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
JD Vance Tulsi Gabbard ticket would be tough, but that'd be a nice ticket, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be it's going to be, a good close race. It's going to be really interesting to see what post Donald Trump MAGA looks like.
Do you think Donald is a calmer, more calculated. You saw that he announced that woman was going to be his chief of staff.
But Susie Wills or
Yeah,
something?
and that might be what he needs. Just some really badass woman that ran his campaign. Now, please mind you that he went through 4 chiefs of staff during his tenure. So I think he's rolled out that here we go. President-elect Trump names Susie, is it Willis or Wills? Wiles as a chief of staff. Now she looks like Mrs. Doubtfire, man. Like she does
The
not.
hair.
She does not. She actually looks like somebody that might be able to tell Trump to back it down. Trump might actually listen to her. No, probably not. But
We'll see.
I mean, naming a woman chief of staff's not a bad look.
Her dad was Pat Summerall.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, that makes me like her
You
more.
know what, Lummy? Her dad still is Pat Summerall.
Right. He's not dead yet.
No, he is.
He is dead.
He's very dead.
No, he's dead, but he still was her dad.
But Pat Summerall was a cool dude, man. You know,
He was a cool dude.
President-elect Donald Trump has turned into Susie Wiles, the de facto manager of his victorious campaign as his White House chief of staff. It's the first woman to hold. There's never been a chief of staff. Now, Brian, I don't know if a lot of people understand the chief of staff kind of pretty much runs the show, don't they?
Well, in most normal presidencies, historically, the chief of staff is kind of like the offensive coordinator.
Right.
And will help call plays, but ultimately can be overruled at any time by the head coach type of thing.
No. Hold on. Yes, Trump's the head coach, but the chief of staff, pretty much everybody else in the cabinet, and everybody kind of go to them to, like I don't know, they're kind of, like you said, the offensive coordinator, and they kind of run things until coach steps in and maybe does something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically, that's how it goes. So,
and this is the first woman. This is the first woman. I like the look.
Why are those buttons on her jacket where the nips are supposed to be?
Well, maybe she's got aggressive nips like me, and she says I can hide them with buttons.
Oh, there you go.
Have you thought about that, Bubba? Hiding your nips with buttons?
No, I just try to. I wear an undershirt to try to keep my.
That would be hilarious if you had gigantic buttons on all your t-shirts.
Let's not make it about my nips, and you know what?
Let's make it about her nips.
I don't need MAGA Matroni on my ass any more than he was yesterday. Okay. I mean, me and Alex Stein have to go to MAGA Matrona therapy from yesterday.
Yeah.
Jesus. I mean, when you went back to your office, after you did the blizzard, upon reflection, did it ever cross your mind, man, I was laying hammers in there today?
MAGA Matroni has no introspection. MAGA Matroni just acts. There is no thinking I did anything wrong. Are you kidding me? There is none of that. MAGA Matroni just does what he does and doesn't even think about it. The past is the past. I'm already looking forward to my next appearance.
Fantastic.
Hey, bring your swim trunks to the content house. We're going to go swimming.
I'm not down for an all-dude pool party.
I'm not. No,
what do you mean?
You might be the only one with
That's the whole point. We got a great pool and a hot tub.
I mean,
oh yeah.
Okay.
What the?
I mean,
Maybe you Tuttle and Cole.
I got you, Seth.
What the hell?
Yeah. I mean,
there you go.
I thought that everybody wanted to have fun.
Those that want to swim, bring your swim trunks. Wow. It's not mandatory, but it looks like you want to swim.
I want to have mandatory swim. I think it'd play well.
Looks like Colton's going to swim. Looks like Tuttle's going to swim.
Got you.
Don't you think mandatory swim?
Macho Man's going to get his nut huggers on and jump in there.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's going to.
Are we coming up with a content calendar for the Content House, like where we can tell listeners certain times that they can expect us to be doing certain activities?
Not really. I mean, yeah.
I think you need one. I'm not,
All right, we'll try to.
As your chief of staff here.
Jesus, Brian.
Okay, Brian. Well, it's just we don't have a lot going on, including managing him. He doesn't realize that a lot of my anxiety is managing him.
Yeah, Brian, we're just telling people to flip on YouTube for the whole weekend, and we'll be there, baby.
Yeah. We'll be there.
All right. Sit there and wait until something happens.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
I think we need if we're gonna do karaoke contest, we got to have times for that.
Listen, Brian,
we'll get you a schedule.
We'll get Brian. We'll have something over to you by Wednesday. Okay.
All right, please do. I want to review it and give my notes. I'm gonna mark it up.
Okay. You gonna redline it?
I'm gonna redline it.
Isn't
All
that?
right, please. You have a great weekend.
No, hold on. But in the lawyer business, isn't that what you call it? Redline it. Like, hey, send me over your draft. I'll go ahead and redline it up for you.
Yeah, that's when you mark it up. You give your notes. You give your thoughts. And every attorney, no attorney in the history of the world has reviewed a document and said no changes.
I mean, you got to make even if it's just like a small little insignificant change, you just can't validate your worth as an attorney or even charge your client. Well, it's because you can't charge your client, an hour's worth of work if you didn't do anything.
Yep. Nope. You got to do something. Every attorney in the history of the world, there's never been a document reviewed that hasn't been edited.
Are you a Tulsa King fan on with Sly Stallone?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I've never seen it.
All right. Did you see? Have you been watching it?
I have not seen the latest episode.
Have you seen where he represents himself in federal court?
Yeah.
Was that not pimp?
It is. He looks so good for 78. I think he is.
Oh my God, he looks great.
Oh,
Anyway,
God.
MAGA Matroni, that's how we will address you from this point forward. We appreciate your insight and we appreciate your phone call, and we will see you Thursday.
Love you guys. Look forward to seeing the Content House calendar. Bye.
Thanks. God, yeah, Sly Stallone, man.
Yeah, I want to take what he's
for
taking.
almost, yeah. I mean, Sly Stallone should just say, listen, here's what I take. It's called the Sly Stallone Stay Young package, targeted for men over 50. Because, my God.
You think him and Tom Brady are on the same things?
Yeah.
Stem cells.
Yeah, I think.
You think he's got a blood boy?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Stallone's got that young boy blood that goes through him and keeps.
Is that kind of the new, is that like the most aggressive thing to do now?
I mean,
how much does it cost? No, do you have to go find a blood boy and bring him?
I think it's illegal, but
it's illegal.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that are illegal, but
I mean, half the things we do on the show is illegal. But we kayfabe them.
I mean, I think it's
How can it be illegal if you can go down and donate your blood to the blood banks? Why would it be illegal to have
bring
a blood
friend?
boy? Yeah.
You're like, hey, this is my blood boy. He's 18. You can see that he's in unbelievable shape. Now, what do they do? Let me suck out your blood and put his blood in you?
Yes.
What do they do with your blood?
Put it back in him?
No.
Donate it.
They just throw it,
Yeah, they throw it in the trash.
Down the garbage disposal for lubrication. Blood's a great lubricant.
Oh, goodness gracious.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
His demands for a schedule.
Bubba, did you see they're making a Days of Thunder 2?
Yeah.
No.
They released it, I guess, last night.
Who's in it?
It's gonna be Tom Cruise. He's bringing that back
And
like
that
he
hot,
did Top Gun.
And that hot blonde chick from Wolf of Wall Street.
Margot Robbie?
Yeah.
I sent you the trailer.
Okay.
Wait, they already got a trailer?
Yeah, it comes out in
They
May.
shot it already, and
It comes out May.
that means, Tuttle, they had to go to a NASCAR race.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out.
Now, you know what? Tom Cruise can now just make a living on doing reboots of everything he's already done.
Yeah, look what he did with Top Gun.
Tom Cruise looks pretty good for his age, too.
Well, yeah.
Well, he's got a blood boy.
Of course.
That's Daytona, isn't it?
That looks like Charlotte a little bit to me. Or one of the yeah,
that's Charlotte.
You say it's just a race, but for me, it's everything.
Not Ness. That looks like.
You're not invincible, Cole.
Yeah,
Your body's wearing down.
Damn.
We've been through a lot of races, Cole. This one will feel different. Maybe because it is.
Maybe it's time to let go.
I don't know how.
I'm calling it right now. This is a fan-made trailer.
This is a what?
No, it isn't. It's the official trailer.
It's a fan-made trailer. I guarantee.
You want to bet on that too?
Because they're showing clips from Gran Turismo in it.
What?
They're showing clips are intermingled with Gran Turismo movie that came out. David Harbinger is not in. I could be wrong. This looks like fan made to me.
Are you saying Lummy's a liar?
I mean, this is daily. We're not Daily Motion.
All right, well, this will just give us something to talk about, okay?
I mean, I easily could. They got fooled. I mean, the movie is coming out.
Do they have a date on it?
It says May 2025.
Did you see the New York City's ending the food vouchers for migrants, illegal immigrants?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
It was weird. Wasn't he wearing a weird helmet, Tuttle?
Yeah, that's why I was saying they were taking shots from Gran Turismo, but we'll save it for the.
Yeah. No, it looks like there's been a couple people that got faked. And someone got someone on. Yeah, me too. Oh well.
Well, the people have spoken on YouTube
Good thing about that.
about the trailer.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Saying faker.
It's on. Yeah. Yep. They picked it up though.
I've gotten fooled by him before too, but because I saw, like the guy.
Oh, it was when it's on.
So is this movie not coming out?
No, the movie's coming out, but that's a fan made AI trailer.
When it was on Daily Motion, but the who else picked it up? The Movie Phone, like all these different ones. Hollywood Reporter. See, the Hollywood Reporter got me.
No, not Gran Torino. It's Gran Turismo, like the video game. Not the Clint Eastwood movie where he fights the Koreans. Say what you want. Days of Thunder was a good movie.
It was.
Don't call it Caves of Thunder. That's not right.
What was it?
So he made a joke.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Looks like Lummy got duped.
Sure did.
And Tuttle, to his credit, like called it out within minutes. Just want to let you know this really feels like a fan-based trailer because they took footage of Gran Turismo and put it in there.
And Top Gun footage.
And we're like, what? 813-90 Bubba.
Do they do this just for views, or
Yeah.
I mean, okay,
just to
trick people?
An article came out and they jumped on it.
So a article comes out saying, Tom Cruise is going to do Days of Thunder 2. Its release date is sometime in 2025. Then a fan takes a bunch of footage and puts it together as if it was the official trailer. I mean, look at in one day they've gotten 17,000 clicks, views, if you will, And, but it's, I would think, Tuttle, that there's a ton of copyright issues in there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know that they could really monetize much of it because it's all ripped off.
I haven't seen
from other things.
I haven't seen the original Days of Thunder.
Oh, dude.
It's one of the best.
Is
Dude,
it?
I was in elementary school when they were when Tom Cruise was filming that in Volusia County. Oh, dude, everybody was losing their damn minds.
Hello, who's this?
What it is?
That doesn't.
Big Doug.
It's who?
Big Doug.
Dig Dug, as in the original Dig Dug?
No, probably not the OG.
All right.
Just
I had a
the
Dig
guy
Dug.
that posts nice stuff.
All right, Dig Dug, what we can do for you, my friend? Quickly, keyword.
Man, just wanted to see if you saw the post where Alex Jones for press secretary.
Alex Jones had a comment about the new press secretary?
No, him being Trump's press secretary.
Oh, no, I did not find. So Alex Jones made a video of him, pitching himself as Donald Trump's press secretary?
There was some Twitter posts that showed like somebody nominating him for it.
All
and
right.
him accepting it.
That seems like a serious move.
Gotta be real.
We'll look for it, okay, my friend?
Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, Alex Jones is, listen, as shot out as he is, and as the upward hill of financial ruin he's looking at, and the feds maybe potentially coming in, and they're saying that they may seize his entire operation based on, the verdict of what was it, over $1 billion? It was over $1 billion, was it not? I think the Alex Jones verdict was over $1 billion. He does not have the ability to pay, but him being if you throw a couple Xannies down him, he'd be a hell of a press secretary. Far better than that. Far better than that Raggedy Ann looking bitch we got now.
Looks like Candace Owens. I sent you the X where it looks like she.
Are you serious?
She was saying that he should go.
Oh, she was saying I thought he was going to name her the press secretary.
How about Tucker Carlson for press secretary? That'd be pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
How about Roger Stone?
If
How about
Trump,
Roger Stone as your press secretary?
if Trump is such a big fan of Alex Jones, how come he didn't go on Alex Jones' show?
I don't know. I
want to be very clear about Alex Jones. I will crawl over broken glass and give him everything I earn. If all he needs is someone to pay the salary, leave it to me. Leave it to me. I'll get a second job to pay whatever salary he wants to be the press secretary. If he's like, I'm gonna need $500,000 a year, leave it to me. Like I said, I will pick up a job and I will raise the money. It'll be.
She probably makes way more than $500,000 a year.
Totally fine.
What's her numbers like? Like her.
Too high.
No. What I'm saying,
she's got a top podcast.
That's what I'm saying. Not only a top podcast, but probably a huge YouTube channel. You have one, then you always have the other. I'm sure she does quite well.
If we get Alex Jones,
has she since kind of fragmented herself from kind of mainstream, conservative deal, and she.
Well, didn't she have a falling out with Ben Shapiro?
Yeah,
she
I think she did.
Him? And
I think she did, and I think that might not be in her best interest.
I swear, she's the fringe. I think is where you make all the money, Bubba.
Right.
We are not worthy. We are not worthy. But Trump, please, it would be the greatest troll. And by the way, he is more than equipped for it. He has run a show for decades. All he does is talk and answer and respond to questions. He is totally equipped for it, and they hate him. The deep state hates Alex Jones with a vengeance.
I'm just here to tell you today that President Trump is. Alex. As crazy as it seems, it is. He would be great at it. Now, he doesn't have a chance in hell.
Yeah, the Sandy Hook thing is.
Yeah, he just.
Smokes writes.
Will you find how much what he's on the hook for?
Yeah.
A vengeance. X Smokes writes, Candace, you should be Trump's press secretary. Look, I would be very good at that job.
I think she would too.
Come on, Alex Jones. Like, there could be no one better suited for that.
I know she's the governor of Arkansas now, man, but bring back Sarah Huckabee.
He got sued for, we lost $1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion. the average person.
But they're going to ask questions to Alex Jones every day. It's not even going to be about Trump. They're just going to try to get Alex
how
Jones.
much have you paid down your $1.5 billion? Well, I just want to let you know I don't have the ability to pay any of it, but I got this horny goat weed.
We got the fluoride out of the water.
Yeah.
Job that would make us happier. We would be watching press briefings every single day like it was Game of Thrones.
Listen, yes, Alex Jones, but he's not obtainable. And I don't think Tucker Carlson would do it either, but he would be choice number one.
No, I don't think, Bubba, I don't, why would Tucker want to go get beat up every day? I feel like that's like a horrible job to have.
Because here's the deal. They can't beat Tucker up. They can't. Tucker is smarter than every one of them and would be able to justify listen, he doesn't want to do it. He has a media empire. He puts out his own very highly produced documentaries now, tuckercarlson.com, TCM. I think it's the Tucker Carlson Network, tuckercarlson.com, and they're putting out, I think their latest documentary is called Across the Sand or Over the Sand, and they embed journalists into the migration world in Mexico and the trek on how to get through illegally. And it's his latest documentary so I mean,
Mega Matroni, $100.
Is that like
it's Tunock Doc. He made it.
By the way, so it's been announced that Tom Cruise is doing Days of Thunder 2.
Yes.
And it's going to be released sometime in 2025.
Yeah, that's what they're shooting for.
So here's what I'm thinking, Tuttle, is they're probably going to use Daytona, this February's Daytona, to get the majority. Like, I don't know how much footage you have in the can. I don't know how much they've shot. This video that we're going to play looks like, well, you called it out. It's some fan made it. They've taken excerpts of Top Gun, Gran Turismo, but is some of the footage Tuttle?
No,
or is it all regurged footage?
I think the actual stock cars on Charlotte Motor Speedway is from the Ballad of Ricky Bobby.
Okay, hold on here.
Not sure.
They say it's just
Well, first of all, you can tell right away. Let me just tell you you can tell right away this is from Gran Turismo because he's wearing a Nissan helmet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nissan's never been in NASCAR. I'm not going to say they never will, but I never anticipate in our lifetime Nissan being in NASCAR.
No.
So is that the first thing that brought your attention? Okay.
race. But for me,
and also look at what side of the car he's on.
Yeah, and then secondly, that's a stock Mustang.
Who got tricked here?
Oh, well, I mean, hold on. Lummy.
Yeah.
Lummy.
Oh.
I mean, the site that it posted, it's 1.2 million subscribers.
Well,
so,
it
was a huge YouTube channel.
I understand, buddy. No big deal. I mean, you don't know much about NASCAR. You don't know the things to look for.
I didn't watch it.
You don't. Listen, nobody's mad at you, bud.
But I didn't watch the trailer.
I understand, but nobody's mad at you either, okay?
Do you think you would have been able to figure out if it was fake? Because I didn't even know people made fake trailers.
No, they do all the time.
I questioned the Nissan thing. That was about it.
Your body's wearing down.
Right there. Now look at
Now, where's this from?
This right here is from AI because you can see.
So this is all AI.
Yeah, because they're not really looking at each other. They're kind of like looking off into different areas.
So a guy can use various clips of Tom Cruise doing other movies.
Yes.
And then AI the rest, and you got yourself a clip.
Yep. Now Bruckheimer is doing this one.
I know, but anybody can type his name in there, right? And this is footage from wherever.
I'm not sure.
We've been through a lot of races.
That's Top Gun.
Tuttle's got the whole thing.
Yeah.
Tuttle, you got to do a breakdown on YouTube of this trailer and pull out everything.
So that's Top Gun.
Yeah.
With a voiceover.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of races, Cole. This
is David Harbinger. He's a guy from Stranger Things and was the race coach in Gran Turismo.
Right, and you can see the Puma suit.
Maybe because it is.
Lips are off.
Yeah. That looks like.
Maybe it's time to let go.
Who's Top Gun? Now, who is that?
I don't know.
But that might be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, seriously, that might be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at her. Is that AI?
I don't know.
'Cause I want to order me an AI.
I don't know how.
That's Top Gun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Top Gun, and it's not even matching.
Now, this is
Gran
not
Turismo.
a NASCAR event because Motul is an F1 European thing. Motul is, you can get it in the United States, but it's not usually used in cars. It's used in motorcycles and other things like that. And, Motul has never sponsored a NASCAR event. Period.
No.
It's way a European thing.
I don't think this movie has a NASCAR license, does it, though?
What's that, buddy?
I don't think this movie has like a NASCAR license or anything. It just kind of operates in its own little world.
Yeah, in its own little fan-based AI world. Yeah, it's not NASCAR.
AI world.
It's not NASCAR endorsed or anything.
Yeah.
And if you know what you're looking for, you can just pick it right apart. Took Tuttle 2.4 seconds.
Every turn.
And again,
That might have been some old footage.
This I actually think is from Top Gun 1.
Is this
right
like...
here? Hold on.
No, Days of Thunder.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
I mean,
Cole Trickle.
Yeah, Cole Trickle. This is Top Gun 1 right here.
Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder.
I'm sorry. God damn it.
Sorry.
This is Days of Thunder 1.
Yeah.
Right here.
Every bump. I feel it in my bones.
Now, this is footage that you could have got off NBC this weekend.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
One last race, Cole. Gotta show them you're still the best.
Okay, there's Nissan helmet.
I think it's crashing.
By the way, this hold on. Hold on, let me just another pick apart. Hold on. That's not the type of brakes that they run, and that's not the type of steering wheel they run.
They definitely don't have that in NASCAR.
No, NASCAR still got the big boy steering wheel. This is Indy or F1.
What if this is like NASCAR in the future, though, that it's taking place?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to change a whole bunch of stuff in 6 months.
This isn't the official trailer, is it?
No, this is a fan knockoff. This is like, Gary Cantrell got bored this weekend and put together something. Tag Heuer, they wouldn't
the
touch.
cars are not even.
Days of Thunder 2.
Is this like a... This
is clickbait for NASCAR fans.
Well, I was going to say, Bubba, is this like meeting a woman at the club and you get back to the apartment and you find out she has a wiener? Like, because I feel like nerds probably got really excited about this. They get hyped up to get goosebumps, and then they find out that it was all a lie.
But here's the thing. Yes, you're right. But the average typical Zen chewing NASCAR fan probably didn't really pick it apart like we did, and they're just telling their boys at the child, man, Top Gun 2. I'm sorry, Days of Thunder 2's coming out. Just saw the trailer. Good as hell.
Now, do they bring Nicole Kidman back for Days of Thunder 2, or are they such mortal enemies now?
No, they can't bring her back because he was married to her.
Yeah,
and have kids, and she's too busy doing. God, she's doing. She's married
to that country singer.
Yeah, Toby
Keith Urban.
Yeah. She's doing, what is she in right now?
We just talked about her recently.
Perfect Couple. She just did. And then she's in Lioness.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody watch Lioness?
That's the other one from the creator of Yellowstone, correct?
Hold on. Listen to this. So Tyler Sheridan, the creator of Yellowstone, has the mayor of Kingstown, 1883, 1923, Yellowstone, Tulsa King, Lioness, and I'm sure I'm missing a few.
That's a good show, by the way.
What, Lioness?
Yeah.
Oh my God! And the woman who plays the lead,
Zoe Zaldani,
the light-skinned African American woman, she might be one of the sexiest. And they show some situational sex scenes with her and her husband, and then they show her ass a couple times when she's in the shower. She might be as hot as any woman going right now. And that light-skinned, red bone mocha, hue that she has.
Wait, Nicole Kidman's a red bone?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the other
Nicole
woman.
Kidman is.
I was going to say
Nicole Kidman plays a role in this in a Tyler Sheridan series called The Lioness.
Okay,
and
This other chick, Zoe Saldana?
Zoe Saldana reports to Nicole Kidman, Zoe Saldana's boss. And all Zoe Saldana does is go and tries to find these bad bitches in the military that can go do special ops for them.
Okay, I like it.
And
you said she's the hottest chick going right now?
Well, can you send me either her Instagram or maybe a trailer or something with this Zoe? What's
Zoe
her?
Saldana.
Zoe Saldana?
Mm-hmm.
My Lord, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's been in a lot of. She was in Avatar. She was also.
I sent her Instagram.
Oh, she has an Insta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was in the Avengers movies
Yeah, Gamora.
too.
She
Guardians
played
of the Galaxy.
Yeah, she played Gamora.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is Zoe Saldana.
Yeah, she is.
And she is, well, maybe not right. Well, I mean, yeah.
Even with the glasses.
I mean, that works. That works for me. Now, we might have a little bit of a problem when she tell me who she voted for.
Well, then she's not that hot then. If her political...
Is this her family?
Yeah.
She married a white guy?
Yeah, she got kids.
I love it.
She's a mom of 3.
I love. Well, that even makes her hotter.
What the f*** do you think you're doing? Flying an SF unit into Al-Assad reporting to command? You just fired our Humvees? JSOC said covert. They watch the airport.
By the way, this is an excerpt of The Lioness, and this bitch right here thinks she's all that. But what she doesn't realize is that Zoe is just been flown in from Washington, D.C., into Iraq to try to groom this woman right here into being a lioness, and she outranks every person on the entire base. And this bitch here doesn't know who Zoe is, like her rank or whatever. And I think Zoe knocks her. Does Zoe knock her out here? Or
Yeah,
I think she gives her a roundhouse.
Can't sneak into this fucking place. You think I choose how I get in a country? You think I plan it? Of course we notify land. They just didn't notify anyone else. Stop acting like it's your first day in the Army. That is 3 KIAs because this rookie bullshit. Hey, are you gonna call their parents? No, that's my job. And do your job. Oh, I will, bitch.
Oh, wow.
Don't touch me.
Oh.
Hey, I will murder you, bitch.
I love what, for some reason, I'm so turned on by women fights.
Murder you, bitch.
What the?
Is this a comedy?
No, it's not.
Okay.
We forgot another Tyler Sheridan show.
What?
Mayor's of Kingstown.
I said
Oh,
Mayor's
you did?
of King,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Captain!
Right here.
You will stand down!
Now, this is where Zoe gives this guy. So this guy thinks he runs the base, but this, Zoe bitch, she's straight from Washington. Like, she's special ops, like nobody really knows. But when she, so watch her tell this commander, if the clip keeps going on so far, who the hell's in charge around here?
Stand down! And you!
Be very careful the way you talk to me. I'm the highest ranking officer anywhere I go.
Man, how
That's
cool would it
pretty
be if
temp.
you were able to say, I'm the highest ranking officer anywhere the I go?
Pretty badass.
Right?
Yeah.
Then she asks him, "Where's your office?" And he says, "Cause that's now my office." And she tells the bitch, "Be in my office in 20 minutes."
And this base better start acting like it. A 2-vehicle escort? That's what you send me. Some teenagers with M16s from the first Gulf War? That's what I get?
I can't send more than 2 without an Iraqi platoon overseeing.
All right, so that's this girl. There you go. That's kind of a better picture of her not having a bloody nose and being in a scene.
Why when women are threatened by beautiful?
I'm gonna take Rihanna over her.
I don't know. I mean,
you for real?
Me?
I don't got a single problem.
I think I'm sticking with my Megan. I think I'm sticking with Megan Kelly Lummy with a with who's the bitch that's married to Machine Gun Kelly?
Oh, Megan Fox.
Megan Fox? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Holy crap.
Did you see I think it was on Twitter or something, and it says the 38-year-old Megan Fox, and she takes off her robe, and she's just right down to a bikini. Lummy, have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Can you try to find it for me? Oh, yeah, I think I posted it on our X. Will you try to find it for me?
Yes.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think he commented on somebody's post. No, go to replies. I think he replied.
Did he?
Yeah, I think it was like somebody in, if you go to replies. I think he had like said some, maybe, I'm not. I'll see if I can find it for you. Yes, that one. Yeah, that's the one. God damn, she's hot.
Send it to you, Bubba. Thank you, Laura.
Alright, good morning. Dude, Helen Hunt, man, back in the day, she was the girl for me, the woman.
Hey, Lum?
Yeah.
You guys doing the after show today or next week?
Next week.
Okay.
Damn, Helen Hunt, though, back in the day. Ooh, Twister.
Well, next week, though,
Content House, Willie?
we got to go to Content House.
We'll
What's
be done
up?
by like 11:30, 11:45.
Yeah, it'll probably be good to do the show, Bubba, to let people know.
Last minute reminder.
Oh, Tia Leone. Yeah.
I'm sick, HS Bubba fan.
And y'all gotta stop with these, like, early 2000, like. Yeah, but Helen Hunt did fall off real quick.
Did you send me the Megan, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Where's it at?
You're,
Did you send me the Megan?
yeah, me and Tom.
Yeah, we just sent it.
It got held up for some reason.
It's not there.
Hold on, I gotta restart my. I'll get it to you in 2 seconds.
We got 18 seconds. I got.
I got it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yes, Lummy, exactly. Thank you. By the way, everything starts and stops. If you like, man, you can get anything that we do by becoming a member. Well, it's free. A lot of it's free. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Or there's 2 levels of membership which allow you to stream or download our entire library of pretty much of everything we've ever done. We're adding new stuff to that. Well, new old stuff to that daily. From old 98 rock shows to, old Power Pick phone calls. Lummy, did you see the Merch Crick had found the 2 reel-to-reels?
Yes, they're in the back.
On that?
Yes.
So, Lummy, this is the footage or content that I was looking for, and this is 38-year-old, what's her name?
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
What's she hiding on her inner thigh there?
I don't know. We're going to see here. Oh, like right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
Like, I don't know.
She had, 3 kids? Maybe it's just...
I don't care.
Yeah, but hold on. Is that a shadow?
I think it's a shadow.
Red, or is it a hemorrhage?
It kind of looks like I'm curious what the context of the scene is. Maybe it's supposed to be...
Maybe she got knifed. Because over here, you can see there's nothing over there on this acreage.
Yeah.
But over here... That completely blows it.
Yeah, does it really though?
Yeah, because I want to know what that is.
I mean, you don't notice it the first, 10 times you watch it.
It's a mound spillage.
No, you don't have a mound spillage clear up to your hip. Anyway,
her stomach's too flat.
You know what it might be? Which they may. She has a tattoo down there, so maybe they're trying to cover it up.
Cover it up with
stucco,
with putty, with clay from my track. She still does it for me. I don't even know what the hell. So somebody had texted me and said, man, if you actually look at California and how it geographically breaks down Republican versus Democrat, man, I'm telling you, there's a lot of red there. And I don't know what the statistics were as far as number of votes versus, Democratic versus Republican, like what the numbers were. But
why is there this obsession with counties and more counties? Because we obviously know that way more people live in the Democratic counties that won. That's why California went blue.
Right.
So I don't know why. Obviously, there's more counties, but they're less populated.
Less density. More density in the blue areas. But here's the thing. Let's not forget, Arnold Schwarzenegger won 2 terms as a Republican governor. Right?
And he endorsed Kamala.
And he was married to a Kennedy until he blasted the nanny and got caught. Didn't even really get caught. Kid was like 12 when they finally, right?
Looked just like him.
And so anyway, this is the the county-wide makeup, Republican versus Democrat, and I wonder what it looked like when Arnold won. And here's the deal, like, are you just locked into being a Democrat? I mean, obviously not. But the further you are away from
the coast,
this obviously
looks like everybody on the water.
Yeah, exactly. This obviously is the San Francisco area. This obviously is the L.A. area, and this obviously is the San Diego area. So,
Have you been to San Diego?
Yeah, I have.
Man, it kicks ass.
Twice. Once when I was on KFLZ, which is when they broadcasted when they put the Power Pig on. They had a frequency 93.3 that we just bought, when we were Clear Channel. They just bought it.
Yeah, WFLZ and then KFLZ, right?
Right, and they would just basically play the Power Pig over there, and so that means my nighttime show is Afternoon Drive in San Diego, and man, I get all kinds of calls. People be like, man, we've never heard this. No panty, and chicks were doing No Panties Thursdays and just all the things. So I went out there for a personal appearance at a nightclub, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen before.
It's like another country in a good way.
Yes.
I sent you the map what California looked like when Arnold won it.
Under Arnold?
Yeah.
Was that station clone deal? Was that a trend back then?
No, we were the only ones that did it. And it was just because they knew they were going to they hadn't determined the form. They didn't know where the hole in the market was yet for the format, so they needed to send, all their programmers and get and critical mass and do the analytics as to what the whole of the format where they needed to be.
Right.
So while for the 6 to 9 months that it took them to determine out what they were going to do, they just said, hell, we'll just simulcast FLZ. We know it's not going to be a long-term deal, but it'll at least be funny, and at least FLZ's entertaining enough. It actually took it made the local top 40 station that was dominant. We took half of their shares instantaneously, and we weren't even trying to be from San Diego. We were like Tampa this, Tampa that,
Coast to coast.
And so this is when Arnold won?
Yes, 2006.
So it can be done. Or no, maybe
his Hollywood connections.
No, but maybe California, the demographics of people that live there have changed so much that this isn't even obtainable. This type of result.
Or is it just that Arnold appealed to Democrats as well?
I think you know what? That's probably 75% of it. You've probably had a little bit of a different, more,
Because it's light red, Bubba. See, like all the spots that are blue on the coast, it's like it's kind of a little bit lighter. So
it's like when you're just coming off your period. The other one's when you're really hard on it.
But I mean, to me to have somebody that everybody agrees on, I mean, that shows you can't go wrong there.
That shows you his appeal. That shows you that in order to get a result like this, that means he has to have Democrats voting for him. That doesn't just mean that we've shipped in a bunch of Mexicans and a bunch of illegals that are going to naturally vote blue, although probably a little bit of that has happened nowadays. But you're right, Seth. When Arnold pulls these type of results, it's because you have flipped people to vote opposite their party in order for you to dominate, because that's a domination right there.
Also,
I mean, that is an absolute domination.
When you can go with a nickname called the Governator too, I mean, it just rolls right off the tongue.
Well, I mean, but they said his first term didn't go so well. I watched the documentary or his reality deal, and he even admits like the first 4 years, or I think his first term was 2 years because he was taken over they recalled Brown. And so it was a recall election. He won. I think he had 2 years, and he was playing it right the way most politician plays it. I'm a Republican. I, center myself around Republican people. I do Republican things. I go red all the time.
Do Republican things.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I vote Republican, the Republican way. I do Republican things. I believe in Republican ideas and ideology, and I'm a Republican. And then somebody came to him and said, hey, listen, you know what? You're not going to win re-election unless you put some Democrats on your cabinet and you start playing with the Democrats nice. And so at that, and this is all documented in his. If you watch the Arnold thing on Netflix,
was he a good governor? I didn't know anything.
He was probably recognized in our lifetime as the best governor of California. He was the guy that could reach across party lines and get these type of results, meaning get Democrats to work with Republicans and Republicans to work with Democrats. And he had, outside of the state Capitol building or whatever his office was, his governor office, he had a tent. And it was where he had smoked, him and his boys would smoke cigars. And it was literally like a badass kind of tent. And he started inviting Democrats and stuff like that during his cigar smoking, and they'd have like a little shot of scotch or something like that. And when he started doing that and started hanging out with Democrats and started becoming friends of Democrats, then they could get stuff done. because it was less about your party and more about the relationship that you'd established. And so he got more. I think he got more
from
done.
cigar parties.
He
that
also
was the
loves the
secret?
pot, though, too. The pot.
No, but like the cigar parties, Seth, kind of represented bringing a guy into your and just being his buddy.
Yeah, no, I like that. I haven't heard of really maybe any other politicians doing that. Maybe it's just a behind the scenes thing.
No, but they should emulate it.
Maybe
will you send me a picture or video footage of Arnold's cigar tent at his when he was governor? I know there's all over it, and it was all over his documentary too, or his the little mini reality thing that he did.
Okay. Have you ever smoked a cigar, Bubba?
Yeah, I hate it. And they say when you smoke a cigar that you really don't smoke it. You're just supposed to kind of pull it in,
taste it,
roll it around a little bit, then spit it. Well, when I went and smoked a cigar, I thought it was like a joint, and so I tried to keep it in a little bit so I could get a little bit higher, and I literally almost puked. Like cigars are just.
The secondhand cigar smoke makes me nauseous. I mean, a lot of things do, but that really, I don't know what it is, man. The cigar, I know people love it so much, and like obviously you see whenever somebody wins a championship, boom, they start smoking a cigar. But I feel like I'd have to be the guy that either had a joint, a joint, or a fake cigar, because I don't think I could do it at all.
I can't smoke a cigar. I can't even fake like I want to smoke a cigar. And I think that those people that break out the big cigars for ceremonial reasons are douchebags. Like, nothing's worse. Like, if you're scrolling through Facebook or whatever and you see a guy and he's got that big cigar in his mouth and he thinks he's all that, be like, listen, where in life are you lacking that you think that you have to be cigar guy? I call them cigar guys. You don't
see a lot of homeless people smoking cigars.
But you don't look like it's not as much as a guy that has a really big Cuban and he's smoking. In his profile pic, and sir, as much as you think and the people around you have told you that might look cool, it looks like a douche. You look like a douche nozzle compared to like the average person. I don't think likes the guy that tries to. Man, speaking of hot-looking African-American women, look at Fox 35 Orlando.
Oh yeah,
who is that?
Morgan Parrish.
Yeah, Morgan Parrish, Lummy. Instagram that immediately.
All right. Oh, she's covering the shooting.
What shooting?
Oh,
the one in downtown
Orlando. Yeah.
We'll talk about that next. Hello, who's this?
Yes, sir. Well, I used to be track meet when I called in a lot, but
anyway. I remember you track meet. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm calling to mark out really basically to pretty much everybody. Like I'll start with Tuttle. Yeah, I tag you guys all the time in a bunch of cool crap. Anyway, but I want to I'll start with Tuttle. I want to thank Tuttle because I was starting to watch when he wasn't with you. He was still doing his little side thing on his podcast, and he wasn't drinking. Well, my dad passed away 2 years ago, and then for like a year and a half after he passed, I just kept drinking hard. And then one day I woke up and was like, I'm going to quit. So now it's day 288. I haven't drank, and it was part because just Tuttle quit like he did. So it inspired me to quit. And then to listen to you on the show every day, talk about how you don't drink. Like, I idolize you. So for Bubba to not drink every day was like, oh, well, shoot, if Bubba don't drink every day, then I don't need to drink every day, kind of. Because I don't idolize a lot of people.
You know, I've never been a big drinker. I really haven't. And listen, there's a story behind that. When I first got into radio in 1986, a guy named RJ Courtwright, he did mornings, and I was just doing overnights, like midnight to 5, just playing records, not getting ready, not really being able to talk much other than give the weather. Like an average break would be like 103 PFR, Rockin' Bubba Clem with you. Low tonight 46, high tomorrow 79. Currently it's 54 rockin' degrees at 103 PFR. Here's Fog Hat and Slow Ride on 103 PFR. Like that I'd get to say that. I'd practice that for 15, 20 minutes because they allowed me to do the weather twice an hour. That's it. So I had a guy take me aside. His name was RJ Courtwright. He was the morning guy, and he was an alcoholic. And he said, I just want to let you know, and now at this time, it's 1986. I'm 20 years old. I'm just getting into radio. and I'm not really hardly even in radio. I'm just playing records and doing the weather. And he says, "Listen, Bubba," and he was an old timer, Lummy. He went outside and smoked Marlboro Reds,
nice.
during. But he was the morning man, market legend. And he took me aside and he goes, "Bubba, I just want to let you know, if you ever become a big time radio guy where you're doing gigs and things like that, they're gonna offer you a free bar tab. Don't take it. Do not drink in this business because it's such an easy business to become an alcoholic. They'll give you free drinks at they'll give you free drinks at your bar gigs. It's only a 4 or 5 hour shift. A lot of people can drink on the air. Just don't drink." And I for all the years, every market I went to and I had a bar gig, they always would give you a bar tab, whatever. And it's radio is such an easy way to become an alcoholic. It might be one of the easiest professions to promote alcoholism, or any vice for that matter.
Yep.
Well, all right. On that, I'm done marking out on that. And then next is Seth. You brought him back, and man, the podcasting since you brought Seth back, and then Seth finding pigmentation. We haven't had like a side, that kind of view drags me in. And then I want to thank Rhett for all the, he's been killing the videos and putting them out. And then Macho for doing everything he does to stay late.
I feel like you're saying goodbye. You have 2 days to live and you're saying goodbye to everybody.
No, I just want to get it in quick because I don't want to hold y'all up. I know how the show goes. I don't want to be I should be sniped by now.
Hey, Bubba, you know how your sister has her gratitude journal and stuff like that. I think that he's just showing his gratitude.
Oh, I'm just busting.
No, I'm just. I think it's part of making him feel whole.
Right, I understand. Part of his recovery, if you will.
And then Colton, taking the time to go spend time with your mom. Who the hell does that?
Colton?
You know what I mean?
Colton could literally be, if Colton didn't have some of the vices that he has, he could be the world's best politician. Nobody networked. Nobody networks. Nobody knows how to work a room.
He just likes to smoke weed. There's not really any other vices.
But I mean, I'm just telling you, man, he should be a politician.
He's very electable.
You know what, Tuttle, we should find, wherever he lives and find the county commissioner seat and literally make and use the show and use our ability to be able to market and promote for him. He could be a county. Does he live in Pasco?
Yes, he does.
He could be a Pasco County commissioner.
Well, he also, if we don't go for that, there's also the election for the HOA leader and the big development there as well.
Yeah,
too.
I don't think. I mean, that's more about busting balls and patrolling and looking to see who's got their, garage doors up and their, trash receptacles. That's
head mosquito sprayer is up for re-election in 2 years. He used to do pests.
Let's get him on the
council.
Yeah, that's real whip. That's real whip power right there.
He's in my county.
Track meet. Good talking to you.
Wait, he didn't get to you, Bubba, did he?
Oh, all right.
Did he praise upon you?
Well, I did. I idolize Bubba, and that's what helped me. And Lummy for being in chat and putting up with us and handling the out misfits like us. There's misfits in chat, and Lummy helps keep us in order. But yeah, I just want to thank Bubba. And like I said, I race cars too, so I might hit New Smyrna Speed Weeks in a modified. We'll see how the deal gets together. It is putting motors together and cars together, but I might be there. So if I do, I'll let you know.
All right, Track Me. Thank you, buddy.
Y'all have a good one.
So, Lummy, we were looking at Fox 35 Orlando. We have it pulled up here in the studio, and there's this African-American girl that was doing she was doing a live shoot, no pun intended.
Yeah.
There was a shooting in Orlando last night?
A couple weeks ago.
About a week ago. So downtown Orlando
Halloween week.
Yeah, it's been on a curfew, and this guy just brought a gun down and just started.
He's 17.
17 shot random people in the back of the head, and then shot.
How many people died?
2 people got shot point blank. A bunch got hit by stray bullets, but he shot the second victim that was standing beside 2 cops.
Ryan
at
MSPC has $20.
I sent you a story, Lummy, if you wanted to send it to him.
Anyway, this woman was doing a live report from down there.
It's a long way to go just to talk about how hot the anchor is, right?
Well, hold on, Seth. Wait till you see this.
No, I saw, Bub. I can see when you go through things.
Now, what's her name? Is her name Morgan?
Yes.
What MT Moore? I mean, like, what's her name, Lummy?
What's her name? Megan.
Morgan. Morgan
Parrish.
Morgan Parrish, and she is she works for Fox 35 in Orlando, and like, oh my Lord, she is beautiful. Oh my,
I know.
Wow.
Yo.
She is absolutely stunning. She's, you know what?
It's got like a Simone Biles feel, unless you guys hate Simone Biles.
Tuttle, there's going to be a big market.
Somebody's getting her.
I mean, she's New York, L.A. Like I don't know how good she is on the mic. Let's see. I thought maybe we're going to actually have a report. Let me see if you can find like an actual report.
Yeah, I don't think that was her singing.
Because looking one way, being beautiful is one thing, but being really, really good on the mic. Like what was it? Keeping it fresh, Claire. What was Claire?
Oh, Claire Metz.
Claire Metz. Like she's 110, had more wrinkles than a Shar-Pei, and visually was not,
She's good, though.
But, man, when it came to reporting, she was an old-school reporter, man.
Allison is laughing because I have been preparing for this. You saw the girls do it about an hour ago.
Is that some other music?
Oh, so you sent me her ankle reel?
Yeah, that you put together.
Okay, let me see. Because if she has an inkling of talent. Oh, so is this like her air check, kind of?
Yeah.
This is her air check? Okay.
Looks like it.
He had been arrested multiple times for shooting fall under the stand your ground law. Court records also show that he had been arrested multiple times for domestic violence charges against a former girlfriend. We also learned that he had violated that restraining order. Whether Stearns is going to show up or not to court today, that is the big question. Like you guys said, he did not show up to court last week. We came out to Daytona in the Thunder truck this morning. You can see we're keeping an eye on the waves this morning because we're on the lookout for rip current.
Not bad. I mean, she's pretty good, actually.
Those strong high tides. We know that out of 351 schools, there's only 5 schools that have never made it to March Madness. Stetson was one of them until last night. I mean, what does this feel like for you and the team? She is standing by his side as he...
High Viz Willie
is still in the hospital recovering this morning. Right now we're here out by I-4 where that accident happened, right under the Central Parkway Bridge. 2 flights, Knoxville and Chattanooga, they are canceled. So we've been talking with members out here for a mission trip. So joining me right now we have Allison. Allison, you were out here, in Jacksonville for a week for that mission trip, but you guys flew out to Sanford. What's it been like dealing with this today? I mean, Knoxville, one of 2 flights that are...
pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what all this is, Lummy.
Probably just her covering. Well, what? Yeah.
This is her family? I don't know what.
Well, it was a not so nice on the ice for the Solar Bears last night. We hate to see it. The team's season is officially over.
All right. Yeah. Hot. Absolutely beautiful. Proposition 47 and Proposition 36. A ballot measure will roll back some of California's most controversial soft-on-crime policies have been overwhelmingly passed in the deep blue state. You concocted or framed up or made a law that absolutely was not received well by the public when it gets 71%. And overwhelmingly 71% of California supported Proposition 36, which means it was going to be tougher on crime and roll back some of the laws that they had put in place where if a crime was under $1,000, it was a misdemeanor or they didn't even report it. And so, I mean, when you get your 71%, so what does that show you? Doesn't that show you that your policy that you made was very, very wrong? And I mean, when you've pissed off, when 71% of the people that live in your state say, we've got to change this soft on crime stuff. And why would you as a municipality or even or a state, why would you as a state be easier on what's the advantage to be easier on crimes.
It was to reduce the state prison population, which would save the state $150 million a year.
Oh, okay.
That's what the studies they did.
Build a new prison.
Can they open up Alcatraz again? Just put them out on the island.
Yeah.
We have our very first trans politician.
Oh.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Not bad.
Delaware State Senator Sarah McBride won the state's only House seat Tuesday. So now this is the U.S. senator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this isn't
a state senator.
This is Delaware State Senator. So that means is she a federal senator, or is she just a senator for the state of Delaware in Delaware?
I think maybe just state.
Well, it says, though, Delaware State Senator Sarah McBride won the state's only House seat. So
no, she's in Congress.
She's in regular Congress.
Yeah.
Okay.
NBC News projects making her the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. McBride, a Democrat, defeated Republican John Wayland III, taking 57.8% of the vote.
She looks like she's been at it for a while. As far as
it looks like she's got it.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen the story for a couple of days. I'm tricked every time.
Her key priorities for her congressional run were expanding access to affordable health care. Okay, I'm good with that. Protecting reproductive rights and increasing the minimum. Okay, I'm good with that. And she told NBC News in September that her goal in Congress was to work with colleagues to break through the partisan gridlock and actually pass legislation. Okay, I'm good with that. She hasn't brought up anything trans yet, which she became known for her time when she was in the Delaware Senate. During her first time, she helped pass universally paid family and medical leave across the state. All right. It doesn't seem like she's trying to make trans.
Well, what if we send our kids to school in Delaware? Are they going to come home a different sex?
I don't know.
That's what has she had everything done?
Well, she was married to a guy named Andy who died of oral cancer recently.
Oh, no. Well, hold on now. He died of oral cancer.
Yeah.
You can get that HPV,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Do you think that she
had the HPV?
And does she got a wean? Does she got a wean still?
No. Banana split.
So she's got the nanner.
Yeah. And said,
I sent you the picture of her and her husband.
Oh, no. This is going to be sad.
The one that died of oral?
Yeah, of oral.
Oh, he's a twink.
Oh, my God.
No, he is.
I don't know if we can say that word or not, but that might be. I think that's a
slur.
I think that's a slur.
No, it's not.
No, it's a compliment.
It is.
Is it?
It's a certain people. I don't know.
I think
it's a former intern too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
So is she on the left?
Yes.
And he's on the right?
Yes.
Sarah McBride. What? I'm just trying to make sure I got it. And he died?
Yeah.
Now, was he a he? Or was he transitioning from a her to a he? And is she a her to a he?
She's a he to a she.
Okay, he to a she. She, Sarah, the person that just won a seat in Congress, the U.S. Congress, is a he to a she.
All I see is a couple red-blooded Americans.
You know what, Rhett? You're right.
You're right. He.
All right, he was a he. to maybe a femme he.
Yes.
He was a he to a femme he.
Yes.
And he and she was a he to a not so bad she.
That's a lot of extra steps.
But he definitely was getting...
Poor guy. Poor Shem. He was... oral cancer, if you don't smoke and you don't chew, then you get HPV.
In the back of the throat.
In the back of your throat. And then that develops into cancer and kills you. Now,
it's a hell of a way to go out.
The only way to get HPV, I think, maybe, is to get a hold of some bad, stuff. When we return, Joe Biden came out yesterday, sharp as a tack.
He's looking good.
Looking rested. Looking great.
He's partying.
Like.
Looking like he's got another 4 in him.
Yeah. And like, maybe all the Jesus juice and all the shots in the ass and the Adderall boofers and all the things that they were doing to him to get him all were like kind of making him edgy and stupid and not able to really form good sentences and be lost and not be with it and got his ass handed to him on the first election. But maybe they should have let him natural, because it looks like natural Joe's pretty. I mean, it's easy for us to say now, but it looks like natural Joe is way better than the Joe we had when he was running was horrible.
Month in the cryo chamber brought him back to life.
I think they did something. They
Put him in the deep freezer.
They either stopped doing something that his body didn't like and was causing him to be a buffoon, or they found the new hookup and the new setup, Lummy, is working.
It sure is.
Blood boy.
What's that?
Blood boy.
He maybe he's got himself a blood boy.
He could have a blood boy who's 50 and it would still be beneficial.
Hey Alexa, what is a blood boy?
Here's something I found on reference.com. Human blood boils at approximately the same temperature as distilled water, 212 degrees Fahrenheit. This assumes that the liquid, either blood or water, is at
Alexa,
1 atmosphere.
Be quiet. Shut up. Hey, Alexa, what is a blood boy? B-O-Y.
From knowyourmeme.com. Blood boy is a slang term given to a younger person who regularly gives blood and plasma transfusions to older people, typically very wealthy individuals.
Is it? I gotta go to words, but is it legal?
It looks like it. I just sent you a news story they did on young blood.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm running a little bit late. I'll get to that next. I also got somebody calling me too. 813-90 Bubba. I got the Biden does a small little speech yesterday. I got the blood boy gimmick and a phone call, all to get through next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Dr. Jesse Carmazin is talking about transfusions with the young blood from teenagers.
This one guy's using his teenage son as his blood boy.
That blood.
Ugh. Tech tycoon spends $2 million per year to retain youth. Uses teen son as blood boy.
I gotta tell you, old girl is beautiful.
Yeah. So, who's your favorite Targaryen in House of the Dragon?
Ronnie T. I like Ronnie.
Oh, man.
Do they speak a lot of Targaryen, Total?
You mean High Valyrian?
Yeah.
They do some.
You just really got to be in the mood for a fake language, you know?
Not a fake language.
Well, I know what you're saying.
It's a full language.
Most states, people from overseas, from Europe and Australia.
There have not been any published results, but the intriguing concept still found its way into pop culture.
It's my transfusion associate.
Dr. Karmazin says patients who have had it say they feel amazing, and he has seen evidence of reversing the aging process in rats.
Their brains are younger than birds. Their hair, if it was great, turns dark again.
There has also been encouraging Alzheimer's research using young blood at Stanford. We found that it was safe and favorable.
Yeah, that was Jon Snow's, or no, it was his sister, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there was some tie in there. Bubba, you looking for a blood boy?
Yeah.
Time to step up to the plate.
I don't got that kind of money.
All you need is to know a boy.
All right.
for your life.
Oh, wasn't the Lance?
Lance Armstrong was doing blood doping. So what you basically do is you get your blood really, really oxygenated from like high stress workout.
No, you get double red blood cells.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Got a big turnout. Got a lot of people viewing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. Right now, it's neck and neck between the two platforms. Yeah, I'm glad that J-Law Bronco, because every time I hear Blood Boy, I think of Mad Max or Furiosa or any of those, because they did. They'd hook you straight up.
Man, today must be going well because only a handful of people have asked about Gene. And if the show sucked, it would be full of where's Gene.
Yeah.
You jinxed this in the last hour, Seth. Now everybody's gonna be like, you know what? You're right.
Yeah, I tell you one thing, the show's flown by. It's almost
Yeah, it
over.
has. Yeah. Good morning, Berto Perez. Thank you.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. A little last minute push before the end of the week. Next week we got payroll. I was doing the October books and I was like, man, why did I get my ass kicked so bad in October? And I mean, that last day of October we had a big day, and then I realized there's 2 months every year that you have 3 payrolls.
Mike Thurman, $50.
And I think this year it was June and October, but October this year we had 3 payrolls. Oh. So that's where I got my ass kicked. So hopefully November we only have 2 payrolls, one of which is coming up on Wednesday. And hopefully November will be better, because October was just, I was like, oh my God.
That's gotta suck to having to do 3.
Yeah.
Damn.
There was 3 Thursdays, 3 payroll Thursdays in October. So hopefully hopefully the Content House will generate some income as well.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
This is the speech that President Biden gave just yesterday. I mean, he even looks better in the forehead and
his color.
Thank you.
Makeup person's finally doing their job.
I mean, I saw from Trump. I mean, just how hard of a grind it is to how swing state, how many stops you're making in a day, how many interviews you're doing. I mean, he's running late. So I mean, for Joe Biden to have to do that and then to step away from it, I would imagine it puts a few months back on your life.
And then on the other side of that deal, being able to not have to do that and literally stay at the White House or wherever you're staying and rest and not have that grind or that anxiety or that pressure.
And to blame everything on Kamala.
And blame everything on the person that's going to, potentially lose. And at the end of the day, I mean, how many times, I think we saw 3 or 4 different times that Joe actually went to the beach and had like a little umbrella. And I mean, like, what's more relaxing than going to the beach, not having a cell phone that you're monitoring and scrolling and going crazy, but literally to be able to sit on a lawn chair at the beach with a little umbrella, maybe a cocktail.
With your woman.
With your girl, or maybe even just by yourself and just watch the waves come in and watch the birds play and people watch people walk to and from.
It would be great if we could set it up so every, 81-year-old could live that life one day.
Now, granted, poor guy had, 260 Secret Service people all around the beach and things like that. But look what it did for him. When he was on the campaign trail, he was frail. He was tired looking. He was so tired that he couldn't even speak right. And so he's not had that pressure. He's been able just to chill out, run the country normally without, listen, running the country is one thing, but having to be on the, like you said, Seth, being on the road and, let's say you'd see a lot of, Kamala and Trump, they do a Michigan, they'd wake up, they'd do breakfast in Michigan, like a little breakfast get together. Then they'd fly over to Wisconsin and do a lunch gathering for the United Steelworkers of Wisconsin, and then fly back to Pennsylvania and do a 5 o'clock rally at Pennsylvania.
Pretty much, with a bunch of interviews in between from the plane.
With podcasts, interviews, TV shots, the whole 9 yards. And if you're Joe Biden, you're like, I can just sit here at the White House in my pajamas because I don't have to go on TV today and run the country, make whatever.
He's just all the people that are asking him questions. He's just forwarding them to Kamala.
Yeah, or that black Raggedy Ann bitch. So you'll see as he starts talking here, he's so much more full of energy. He's so much got his act together.
Thank you.
And realistically, I'm happy for him because he couldn't have done it 4 more years.
No.
He just couldn't have physically done it. We would have been watching him just deteriorate. Well, you're right.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying.
And even the last 6 months of him not having to campaign, we would have watched a constant deterioration of him. I mean, did you see just Kamala and Donald? They both look like they've just been
ran the Boston Marathon.
Yeah. Like their secretary, and they're going down the final furlough, and they've just had their ass whipped.
Presidents age so much.
Quick. Oh my God, they do.
And 2 terms.
They you know what? They need blood boys for the president.
They do.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
JHM3, $10.
Who?
JHM3, $10.
It's good to see you all. Particularly good to see my granddaughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you?
I'm going to sniff the hell out of her here in a minute.
For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully.
See, I got to tell you, he looks presidential here. He looks presidential.
Yeah,
he's not slurring. He's picking up he's seamless on the teleprompter. Now, granted, we're only, 20 seconds in, but it's, just absolutely night and day from when he was campaigning hard.
And we're in a democracy. The will of the people always prevails. Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris.
She wasn't doing so good.
Oh, man.
She's a little bummed out.
I just texted her. I didn't feel like blowing a call in.
Right, exactly. I told her, hey, listen, if you need anything, I'm here for you.
Get over it.
Text me first, though. Give me a heads up. Don't need this. I don't need all this crying stuff on.
What's worse, losing the race or being pulled out of the race?
Ooh, probably losing. I don't know, man. They disrespected the hell out of him.
Well, he shouldn't have been there.
I know.
But
I mean, they messed up by even propping him up to be the candidate.
Yeah, they waited too long.
Yeah.
She's been a partner and a public servant. She ran an inspiring campaign, and everyone got to see something that I learned early on to respect so much, her character. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character.
What's Disco Joe thinking about ramrod?
Yeah. Oof.
She got a mouth like an alligator.
She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran. You know, the struggle for the soul of America, since our very founding, has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people...
See, when he only has one speech to have to say during the day, he nails it. When he's got 6, because he's on the campaign trail, and he's got to have a speech ready for Wisconsin, then he's got to have one for Grand Rapids, then he's got to have one for Philly, then he's got to have one for North Carolina, and then he's got to have one when he gets back to the White House.
And he's got to sit down with John Stossel.
He's got to sit down with John Stossel.
What's going on? His eyes starting to close here, Bubba.
Well, he's getting a little tired. Okay. He's a minute 30 in, Seth.
It's the sun.
He's got about a 3-minute shelf life.
He said, "I can read this teleprompter with one eye, bitches."
That's right. Back in the day, I couldn't even read because I was so tired. But listen, so far, he's nailed it. I don't even think he's slurred up a word. He's had a few close calls, but he's nailed it.
It's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win.
And listen, and you know what?
Great.
A pretty damn good message, too. I got to tell you, they're taking it and are far more classy than when Trump didn't win.
Bubbles are on at 25.
I mean, they really are. And that shows a lot.
You can't love your neighbor.
Trump didn't give this speech when he got beat in 2020.
Only when you agree.
He was telling people to kill Mike Pence, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, he was, but
not really. It didn't happen. The FBI did it.
He wasn't being cool in the pocket. He didn't say, "Listen, I've called Joe Biden up, and I've assured him there's going to be a seamless transition of power. I've instructed my staff to cooperate with your staff to make this as easy as we can." He didn't say any of that.
Something I hope we can do, no matter who you voted for, is see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Bring down the temperature. I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system.
And I've already asked Donald to pardon me on that document deal.
Yeah, and my kid.
And listen, I said, Don, how about cutting old Hunter a little bit of a brisache? You know what I'm saying?
What if they trade pardons though? Like, what if he pardoned Trump of everything?
Listen, you know what though? Listen, Trump can pardon himself.
Right, I know.
But here's the deal. Do you know what I think would be a big, huge plus for Trump is if he took the high road on Hunter and said, "I'm going to pardon him because I can't practice what I preach. If I'm going to pardon myself and I'm not going to get in trouble for the stuff that they erroneously trumped up on me, even though the Hunter Biden stuff
it was more tangible, wasn't it?
There's a lot more to. There's a lot more. I mean, he's actually been to federal court. He's almost waiting sentencing now, but there's a lot more to that than what to mine was. But that being said, I'm going to take the high road, and I'm going to pardon him, because with being the president comes a certain amount of decorum, and since I lost and since they lost, it's been all we've done has been at each other's throats, and so I'm going to take the high road and be the first to say that I have issued a full pardon, stop the investigation. I'm pardoning him or commuting a sentence or whatever I need to do on Hunter Biden. Period.
Looks like he has come out and said that it's not off the table.
That he wouldn't do that?
No, that he would.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he said
that to me, man. That really says something.
But you want to know what's crazy, though, is like, we're trying to get all this healing, Biden's being cool. But I'm reading the chat room, man, and you would still not believe the venom.
I know, and so, but because that's what they're conditioned to do. And if you lead by example, first of all, Donald Trump doesn't care about what anybody in my chat should say, because Donald Trump, at the end of the day, doesn't have to run for re-election. So he doesn't have to really worry about what public sentiment is. Oh, my God, I can't believe you let him off. There's clear evidence that he was getting paid by China. There's clear evidence that he was doing this and that. There's clear evidence. Okay, yes, you know what? There is. There's clear evidence. But I'm going to pardon him, because I'm going to lead by example. If I think the stuff that got trumped up on me is nonsense, and his isn't nonsense, but I have the power to pardon him, and I'm going to do it. Just like Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon. Now, that was probably why he didn't beat Jimmy Carter, but Donald Trump doesn't have to worry about running another election.
No.
And I think it just really, really, really establishes him in what he's usually not given any credit for, and that is, not being vindictive, not wanting to lay the coals to your opponent, but instead being calm in the pocket, and you know what? Being nice. Being nice. Giving a guy a break. That's not what he's noted for. He's noted for being a bull in a china shop. He takes what he wants. He goes crazy on Twitter. He fires people.
Always gets payback.
He always gets payback. Revenge is best served on a cold platter. All of that. And he backs it down a notch, and he says, I have the power to pardon this guy, and that's what I'm doing. I'm going to start off my legacy as a president by being forgiving and knowing that people make mistakes. And for that, I'm going to give Hunter Biden a full pardon. First of all, the people that voted for him, they may be mad, but they still are going to love him. He's their guy, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think he would just do Hunter. Yeah, he'd probably let some people that were caught up in January 6th. They'd probably it'd be,
you know what, you're right, Seth.
There'd be some stuff to get the crowd going crazy.
I think you're exactly right, Seth. And the fact that as you're doing your January 6ers, you throw Hunter in there too.
Yeah, I sent you the clip where he talks about it.
You know what? Hold on. If he's talking about it. Honest to God,
probably going to happen.
You've talked about wanting to unify the.
If he's talked about it, and I'm not just. This isn't just a brain fart that stupid fat ass Bubba Clem came up with, but this is actually something that's being thrown around. Then you can lock it in.
Yeah, he's talked about it in October.
It's going to happen.
Country, if you're elected, if you are president again, in the name of unity, would you consider pardoning Hunter Biden?
Well, I wouldn't do anything that would be overt in terms of Hunter. It's a sad situation. But I could have done that with Hillary Clinton. She was crooked Hillary. She's crooked Hillary. And I said, wouldn't it be terrible to take the president of the United States, put his wife in jail? And she was Secretary of State aside from everything else. You're going to take the president's wife and put her in jail. And I tempted down. You saw that when they were going, put her up, lock her up. And I'm going, nice and easy. People don't remember that.
Nice and easy. See, what you don't realize is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn the Biden deal into what I did for Hillary, too. I didn't get credit for that, but I'm going to go ahead and remind you that I did the thing for the Hill Dog. I did, I did that, too. And so, yes, I mean, this would be huge for him.
Nice and easy. And we won. But wouldn't that be terrible? And then I found out that when I came in over nothing, look, I got 2 impeachments and I won. I'm winning all the cases. How about the case in Florida? The big case was the one in Florida. I won that case. What they've done is use the FBI and they've used the Department of Injustice to go after their political opponent, and it has never been done.
And listen, you know what? I can't really get into it, but I have some really firsthand knowledge of them doing that. You guys all know.
Yeah.
In this country. And people say, am I going to do that? And the answer is no, I don't want to do that. It's so bad for the country. The precedent they've set is so bad for our country. But I could have done it with Hillary, and certainly you do it with Hunter or whatever, but I don't want to do it with Hunter either. And I'll bet you the father probably pardons him. Let's see what happens. But he's a bad...
Oh, hold on, let me. So this is not... Like, he's not going to do it.
No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
He thinks Biden will do it.
I know that. But
I don't think Biden will.
But he says, I'm not going to do it.
No, he's not going to send the DOJ and the FBI after him.
Oh.
He was saying like Hillary. Like he's not going to go outside of what...
No, it says Trump asked whether he would pardon Hunter.
Yeah.
When he says, no, I wouldn't do that, I'm taking that as he is not open-minded enough to pardon Hunter.
He doesn't want. It sounded like he's not going to have like the witch hunt for,
Correct.
for Hunter
That's what
Biden.
he was saying.
Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, but I don't want to do it with Hunter either. And I'll bet you the father probably pardons him. Let's see what happens. But he's a bad boy. There's no question about it.
But I've been a bad boy. You know, I've been a bad boy too. And you're grabbing her by the kitty and doing various things. He's a bad boy. Listen, but I'm a bad boy too. I didn't get where I was today without being a bad boy. I'm a bad boy too.
I don't want to hurt people. I really don't. I have to say this: the country has to heal. It has to get better. We have a really there's tremendous anger in this country from the stupidity that we're.
And we're so angry that we're even angry, like Tuttle said, that in chat, just me uttering that possibility gets people so mad, and that's how angry we are.
Well, that's
I'm
why
sure people are mad at me that I even brought it up.
Well, that's why there's no healing or coming together. That's why it's a bunch of nonsense. It's easy to say and all that, but it's never ever going to happen unless aliens come down and then we all have to team up as humans. But there's no way that we're coming together whenever it comes to politics.
Watching 4 years of gross incompetence, 4 years of stupidity. And she's worse than he is. I watched CNN last night. I watched her performance on a town hall or whatever you want to call it. She's not even coherent. And we've had that for 4 years. We're not going to be able to survive another 4 years. We're not going to be able to take it for 4 more years.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
whoa,
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hey, Sean. I'm just saying, I don't know if he does it or not, but if you want to talk about healing, that certainly gives you a card or a olive branch to the entire country about taking the high road. And if I'm going to talk about healing, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to start with Hunter Biden,
Really?
a guy that is. I mean, I think they got him dead to rights. I mean, he's dead to rights.
And it looks like both Trump sons were on Patrick Bet David and said that his dad should pardon Hunter. So,
Really?
I mean, yeah, they're in his ear.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. How you doing?
Good. We have to make it kind of quick. I'm a little bit late, but go ahead, bud.
I sure will. This is Alan from Denver. Thanks for taking my call. First off, as far as the Democrats go, you can see all the way from the View to the politicians themselves that they are. It's by plan that they are being. They're playing the nice guy because that's what happens when somebody beats the living crap out of you.
Yeah, but yes, but it's also.
What are they supposed to do? Storm the Capitol?
You gotta be. If you're on the other side of the fence, you're not Johnny Rub it in your face either.
No, absolutely not. No, but I mean when.
So let them be that way, while you take a step back and not.
Like he's
rub it
mad
in
that
their
people
face.
are being nice. He's mad that people are being nice, Bubba.
No. What I'm saying is that the people on the left are now trying to be the nice guy instead of calling people Nazis.
Well, I mean they've gone the Nazi route. That didn't work.
Yeah, fight's over.
So
Yeah,
when you've gotten your ass kicked and you're on the ground, you don't start. You keep your mouth shut and you don't keep yelling at that bully who's knocked you down to the ground and beat your ass. You try to survive at this point, and that's not through calling people Hitler and things like that. I mean, their technique and strategy got them to where they are today. Now the Republicans need to be good guys too. Extend their hand. help these people up, and see if we can have some common ground so that we can all get along, and and that this country cannot be so divided and so much hatred based on what person or who you voted for or what's your political affiliation.
Yeah, and that's absolutely correct. I mean,
and if the lead,
and that's the way that it should be.
And if the leader of the party, which would be Donald J. Trump, would lead by example, which he could very well do, and that is pardon Hunter Biden for his crimes that they got him absolutely nailed for, then that's leading. That's the top of the ticket, trickling on down to America on extending a nice olive branch and trying to get along.
You're definitely correct on that. One other thing, as far as cigar guy, I think you got us kind of pigeonholed into a different view. Obviously, you've got your own view, but we, as the guys that occasionally get together, have a scotch and a cigar, we think the same way about weed guy.
I'd rather hang out with weed guy any day than cigar guy.
Well, no, I'm not saying that weed guy's a bad guy to hang out with, but you know, your own personal view on.
Just the optics of having that really big, fat, super long Winston Churchill cigar that some dude's trying to act like he's really smoking it, and he's got it in his hand, and he's got a thing of scotch. To me, man, I just don't like that visual for a man. To me, it's kind of a wannabe visual, if you will, because nobody really can enjoy nobody really smokes a cigar. You take a puff and you blow it quickly out, or do you take a puff and bring it through your lungs?
Down.
Oh, all right. Well,
I pull that sucker down, buddy.
All right, buddy. I mean, you're a better man than me.
And if you've ever had tried like a flathead or some of the other high-end cigars, I know you're not a smoker. But occasionally, those are fantastic.
Right. Well, listen.
And there's a reason why people buy them and smoke them. And if I'm going to get cancer, I'm going to go the route of the other gentleman you were talking about. That's the best way of going out is the oral deal.
Okay, well, sir, you and I differ on some things, but I hope that you remain Bubba Army. If you don't take what I said about cigar guy and other things wrongly. I have my opinions, and I hope that you are still my friend.
No, yeah, no. Obviously, I'm going to continue to listen, and we can have the differing views on stuff, and I still think you're great, and I love your show, and I just wanted to offer a different perspective.
Do cigars get you high? Like,
No.
Do they do anything?
No, it's a calming. It's a calming.
Calming, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
calming.
It's like you're just chilling, and you're hanging out, you're having a drink,
okay.
and you're having a cigar. Yeah, no, it's just it's a different form of relaxation.
Okay. A K-pin and a joint does the same thing for me, buddy.
Exactly.
All right, my man. Hey,
everybody's got their own king.
I got to get going, my friend.
All right, man. You take care, buddy.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Actually asked. The only reason that people want them is because of the...
They couldn't have them for the longest time.
Yeah, you couldn't have them because of the embargo. So it was just out of...
Just wanted it because I couldn't.
Yeah, because you couldn't have it.
Oh, man. We need... Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, Tampa Terry, the Zens are actually pretty good. But man, they got a lot of kick to them on the nicotine. Woo.
Do they really?
Oh, Bubba.
Can you taste it?
No, I
heard Zing gives you a buzz.
Big time. Because look, I've dipped smokeless tobacco on and off through my entire life, and I never get a nicotine buzz off of it. The first time I put in a 6 milligram Zen. Oh, dude, like I was spinning. Like it was like first nicotine buzz I ever had. They are super strong, and they will burn the hell out of your lips too. For you got to just get used to it.
Millions of Americans that they're going to wake up day after the election with Trump blood and have their rights stripped away, that democracy will crumble, and the president said today we're going to be okay. So how do you square that? I can't square that. I'm going to square that in a way that hopefully makes sense.
I mean, they're good, man, but man, they will. They definitely have a kick to them. Yeah. I mean, you can get them in 6 milligrams or 3 milligrams. And they got all types of flavors and stuff, too.
I'm going to speak some hard truths to my friends in the Democratic campus at Columbia University now. Call me out. I'm sorry. I won't.
What's up, Big Lunger? How are you? Damn, it's already almost 9:30. Fuck. I'm like, quick.
Way too many dudes are talking about The View.
Dude, Copenhagen got too expensive, man. I had to switch to Grizzly, and then that's even gotten expensive. A can now of Copenhagen is like over $10.
Well, those prices are coming down soon, buddy.
They are?
Well, I mean, I think Trump's lowering prices, right?
Well, but I mean, it's about the taxes, though. Like, state of Florida taxes the shit out of tobacco.
Hey, Bubba, maybe we can do a podcast Blood Boy episode. Maybe I can find a guest or something on it if you want to dive deeper into it.
Maybe if you could find
Thank you,
somebody
Glenn Longnecker.
Yeah.
If you could find somebody that participates in it.
Yeah, let me do some.
Yeah, I'd love to. Whether it be a person that gets it or a person that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to get both sides.
Yeah, let me see what's out there.
So, what are some of the benefits, Blood Boy?
What if I get a Blood Boy and his Blood Man live on Zoom doing a infusion? Hot damn! It's a new day.
Yeah, I heard up in North Carolina, South Carolina, tobacco is definitely a lot cheaper.
Can you just order it straight from the distributor, or do you got to get it at the store?
And I also, if you can find somebody that can go to a military base to get some stuff, they can usually get it cheaper.
And the commissaries.
Yeah, because
commissary,
they want their soldiers nicotine the fuck up.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were talking about this, I wouldn't say rage, but this this world of older people seeking youth.
I wonder if Dr. Dan knows about it.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Maybe that's one of his secrets of looking so damn good at almost 60. is maybe Dr. Dan's like, I don't even want to talk about that.
Doesn't he have a really smart nephew, Dr. Dan?
Oh, there you go.
That might be
Nick.
Yeah, I mean that could be part of it.
So anyway, this is what we have found is that these older people, and I think the price that we may have heard was what, $8,000 a deal. Like maybe every time you get you go through a young blood procedure, it's 8 G's, but they suck the blood out of young, healthy, athletic, teenagers, maybe young 20-somethings. I think they spin it, and then I think they spin it to the plasma. Like I give blood, I get double red blood cells, and they take it and they spin my blood, and they take just the double red blood cells, and then they pump my plasma back in me. So that's what Tuttle, Lance Armstrong was doing. Is he was getting guys, he was getting people, he was putting red blood cells in his body because red blood cells carry oxygen.
Yep.
And what he would do blood transfusions of just straight, because he wasn't worried about being young. The blood plasma is what makes people potentially grow better collagen, better hair, better memory, and all that. But if you're an athlete, you don't really care about that. The athletic advantage in bloodletting, if you would be to get an infusion of red blood cells, because if you have more red blood cells in your body, then it carries more oxygen in your body, gives yourself more lung capacity, which means you can, bike further than the average person. Now, the people that are doing it to stay young and for the youthfulness of it, they want the plasma part of blood. And so I guess we have a little docu here or something like that.
It's a news story from CBS.
It's a news story that kind of gets into what we're talking about.
New treatment that may hold promise, but at a price.
It does appear to reverse the aging process.
Dr. Jesse Karmazin is talking about transfusions with the young blood from teenagers, and he says it just may turn back the hands of time. That blood is going to patients over 35 as part of a clinical trial called Ambrosia, where subjects paid $8,000 to get the rich growth factors found in the platelets in blood's plasma.
There's pretty much people from most states, people from overseas, from Europe and Australia.
There have not been any published results, but the intriguing concept still found its way into pop culture.
It's my transfusion associate.
Dr. Karmazin says patients who have had it say they feel amazing, and he has seen evidence of reversing the aging process in rats.
Their brains are younger, hearts, their hair, if it was gray, just turns dark again.
That's exactly what I need. My brain to be better, my hair to be better, and my heart to be better. I mean, Jesus, God. I may have to have John Costica loan me some money.
Has also been encouraging Alzheimer's research using young blood at Stanford.
We found that it was safe and feasible to administer infusions of young plasma weekly.
Dr. Sharon Shaw is a researcher who says they have seen evidence of improvement in functional ability.
It's all very exciting that there can be components in blood that could be healing.
Platelet-rich plasma, or PRP treatments, using a patient's own blood, have been in demand as trendy vampire facials to fight wrinkles and as joint and tissue treatments to accelerate healing.
A lot of goodies in blood.
Dr. Human Corazani is using those rich PRPs in a study at Mount Sinai to regrow hair.
We can actually use your own blood to stimulate the body.
The study is ongoing, but seeing short-term results, Dr. Corazani is optimistic.
It looks very positive.
Experts agree there is still more research that needs to be done.
There's still a lot of unknowns and a lot of factors that we don't know when we're actually getting another person's growth factors and nutrient injected in us.
Dr. Karmazin says that he plans to open a young blood lab in New York in the coming months.
Now, I don't think they've automatically made this like illegal. right? Like, I mean,
It's a medical procedure.
Yeah, but you
know?
just
US
can't get it on
government
the
made a
black market, though. You could, I mean, you know how much disease that would spread?
what do you mean?
Well, just because, like, I'm
I mean,
sure.
well, they're gonna screen. They're gonna have a big time screening process.
Oh yeah, with that, but I'm just saying, like, they want to be able to control it. Like, you can't buy, young teen blood off the street and inject yourself with it. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Every aspect of medicine probably has a dark side of it, but no, you're not gonna. I mean, you're not. I don't think that's gonna go on the street level.
No, but
because they're not. They're not looking for whole blood. They're looking for the platelets, and so the machines. You have to have a machine to spin the blood to break it from the whole blood and spin the platelet out of it. So it's not going to be on the streets because these people don't have machines.
I guess it's not past the FDA either yet. So
once it does, man.
Get your blood boys ready.
Do you still go and donate as much?
Oh yeah, every 112 days, like clockwork. It's probably why I haven't died. It's because I have a problem. I forget what it's called, but it's where my body produces more red blood cells than it's supposed to, which causes my blood to get a high iron content, which causes my blood to be thicker. And if I don't do what they call bloodletting, which is to every 112 days have them take out my blood, separate my blood from its plasma to double red blood cells, take the double red blood cells, and then put my plasma back in, causing my iron level to go down. And then my body, your body won't produce new blood unless it needs to.
So you got to get rid of
So you got to get rid of it. So it's like I'm giving myself a blood oil change every 120 days.
Flushing your coolant.
So, yeah. So it's really, really, really a healthy thing to do. I was going to go through and give you a montage of people that have in life declared themselves liberal, or I guess at least Kamala Harris supporters, and their opinion of what they said. Jimmy Kimmel almost cried.
I think he did. I think he did cry.
He did. He was tearing up.
Here's Rosie O'Donnell.
For yourself, call your friends, check on them, and get ready because we're in for one hell of a ride with him at the helm, and no immunity guardrails. Okay.
I mean, what do you think? He's going to come in there the very first day, and we're all going to start goose stepping?
Everybody's talking like this is something that has never been done before.
Right. I've heard, well, Tom Bean, for instance, who I really look up to. He's like, listen, if she wins, America will be okay. We've suffered through worse wars, attacks, financial crisis, housing market crashes, stock market crashes, disease. We'll be okay. And if he wins, we'll be okay. We're gonna be okay. Even if she had won, I'd be saying the same thing. We're gonna be okay. The cost of some things might change with him or without him. He believes in one way, she believes in the other. It's gonna be done his way now for 4 years. We didn't die. Hey, things got a little rough for some people for these last 4 years. They did things differently than he did, and we saw it affected us, but we didn't. We got through it, right? We got through it. So I think what he's going to bring for the next 4 years certainly isn't going to be any worse than what they brought, and we'll get through it. It may not be your cup of tea. And he has his ideas on immigration and deportation and things like that. And if maybe he can be the guy that has some type of resolve in the middle in Israel / the Hezbollah, that whole nightmare. Maybe he's the guy that can settle down Putin and Zelensky. The people that are leaving office, they've had their time to fix it. Now this guy's going to have an opportunity too. And if he sucks, we're only stuck with him for 4 years. So things are not going to change. We're not rioting. We're not goose-stepping. He's not Hitler. Stop. Stop with your nonsense. Just like if we were all in here crying, Lummy, if Trump had lost, and we're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to wake up tomorrow morning, go to work, and continue to fight on.
Yep.
Okay. God bless America, people. That's all I can say. We're going to need it.
Jesus, you melancholy, just overreacting.
And how about we
what?
get rid of the Electoral College?
Okay, well, you know what? He still would have won.
Yeah.
I mean, like he still would have won. He would have won.
Yeah.
And guess what? Joe Biden would have won. This only applied one time with Hillary. Other than that, the last 3 elections, the person that won the highest electoral, if you talk about Biden, and then this one, the last 2 people won the Electoral College and popular vote.
Anybody like that? Anyone? I'm not so sure anymore.
Won't you worry about your daughter?
It's popular vote. That's what we need to do.
It's happened 5 times in the history.
Gets the most votes wins.
Of our country.
Yeah.
1 vote, 1 person.
3 times in 1800s.
No racist math in the equation. Okay? That's what I'd like to do. Spend my life doing that, right? Find a cause you believe in.
I'd love to see a podcast between her and Roseanne Barr.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Oh, man. Because Roseanne don't give a she doesn't care.
No.
And go right for it.
All right, so I don't have time to go to continue the Rosie stuff. I got the Jimmy Kimmel opening monologue from last night. Stand by.
Let's be honest. It was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go, for healthcare, for our climate, for science.
All right, so, I mean, like, for real.
Well, at least he was giving some reasons. I didn't hear anything from Rosie.
Journalism.
Justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night for poor people.
For free speech, it's my understanding that Donald Trump is the one that is more free speechy than the other party. The other party makes deals with Facebook and Snapchat and X and things like that when they could to quell conservative-leaning opinions.
For the middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security, for our
Why don't you just throw everybody in there?
Allies in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth and democracy and decency. And it was a terrible night for everyone who voted against him. And guess what? It was a bad night for everyone who voted for him, too. You just don't realize it yet.
All right, well, I'm glad. You know what? You just pretty much lost half your audience.
Yeah.
No, I think everybody knows what Jimmy Kimmel is.
His audience knows.
All 3. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and
Fallon?
And Fallon, I think all are.
I think Fallon will interview anybody. I know he had Trump on years ago.
We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences
AOC.
For the rest of our lives.
No, 4 years, honey. Just like your guy. 4 years. You got 4 years.
We cannot.
Why? How can your party's stupid stuff only last 4 years, but the new guy coming in and his stupid stuff is going to be forever? Right?
Yeah.
We cannot give up. We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves, I believe, in a time where there are, let's say, peers in history of mass movements of people that mobilize.
Does she shave? Look, she's got a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow.
As to protect one another in times of fascism.
No, that's just a shadow.
And authoritarianism.
She's Puerto Rican,
and
though.
this is the era that we are poised to enter. Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies. authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that, it is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislative opponents.
Okay, you're gonna.
Is she talking about herself? Like, is she worried?
She's saying that either private people, journalists, or politicians Donald Trump could potentially jail her.
But I mean, why be so extreme? You know, Trump's talked about using the military on people that are protesting in front of airports and people that are disrupting society and communities. It didn't talk about like they're gonna have the military.
I think it was talking about like those people that were in front of O'Hare that were locking coming in, have the National Guard or the police just kind of unlock them and open up the roadway.
I don't know why it's so hard to put what he said in context.
Yeah, it's not. Well, because it doesn't fit.
This is the world that we very realistically may be entering.
Okay. By the way, here.
Oh no.
Here's Kathy Griffin.
It looks like
let's not forget, man. She was the very first one that got canceled when she had a severed Donald Trump head. I mean, she has not ever recovered from that. And if you were to describe what she looks like, she kind of looks like Carrot Top before the steroids.
Looks like Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons.
Don't think that our beloved country, America, knows what it's in for with a fascistic society and dictator.
Dude, is she wasted?
No.
I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being dramatic. I have said this on tapes before, but I am shocked and crushed at how many people I personally know did not vote or felt like there was no difference between the candidates or just were too
No, you should be concerned about your fellow liberal people that voted for him, because he wouldn't have been able to win by this margin had he not flipped a lot of Latino men and a lot of African American men. Period. That's where they're saying the ass whipping came from.
Involved to learn and
so get mad at those guys.
Think about it. And that makes me sad.
Well, great. I'm done worrying about you being sad.
Oh, that's a 5-minute video. Good Lord.
You're a non-factor.
Oh no.
By the way, this is I think this is a Democratic.
Yes.
She is a Democratic strategist, this woman here, and she lays it out. A lot of people don't want to hear it. She's a Democratic strategist.
I'm going to speak some hard truths to my friends in the Democratic Party. This is not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Kamala Harris's fault. It's not Barack Obama's fault. It is the fault of the Democratic Party in not knowing how to communicate effectively to voters. We are not the party of common sense, which is the message that voters sent to us. For a number of reasons. We don't know how to speak to voters. When we address Latino, and language has meaning. When we address Latino voters as Latinx, for instance, because that's the politically correct thing to do. It makes them think that we don't even live on the same planet as they do. When we are too afraid to say that, hey, college kids, if you're trashing a campus at Columbia University because you're unhappy about some sort of policy and you're taking over a university, and you're trashing it and preventing other students from learning, that is unacceptable. But we're so worried about alienating one or another cohort in our coalition that we don't know what to say when normal people look at that and say, wait a second, I send my kids to college so they can learn, not so that they can burn buildings and trash lawns, right? And so on and so forth.
This woman absolutely nails it. She absolutely nails it.
Put pronouns after names and say she, her, as opposed to saying, you know what, if I call you by the wrong pronoun, call me out, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. But stop with the virtue signaling and just speak to people like they're normal. There's nothing I'm going to say to Michael that I'm not going to say to you, that I'm not going to say to somebody else. I speak the same language to everybody. But that's not what Democrats do. We constantly try to parse out different ways of speaking to different cohorts because our focus groups or our polling shows that so-and-so appeals to such and such. That's not how normal people think. It's not common sense. And we need to start being the party of common sense again. Joe Biden is not responsible for that. Neither is Kamala Harris. It is a problem that Democrats have had for years. I've been banging the drum on this for, I don't know how, probably 10 years.
By the way, this was on CNN.
These two look shook, by the way.
They are.
The one in the middle really looks like she wasn't prepared for it.
And it's on CNN. So, like, you know.
Longer on this. We need.
By the way, this will be her last appearance on CNN. This woman.
She's about to get hired, though, man.
Fox has already got 4 phone calls into her.
Need to get back to being the party of common sense, that people look at us and say, we understand you. We appreciate what you say because you speak our language. And until we do that, we should stop blaming other people for our own mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty heavy. Let me do some words. Let me. We're late. We'll say goodbye next.
All right.
I like this. I do like this story. It's long, but Tuttle gave it to me. Maybe I'll play it on Monday. But that is like it's the Today Show, and they go along and show all these ex-NFL football players that are all interested in, you know, the broadcast booth. And I didn't know, but they actually have like a boot camp that tries to qualify and see which ex-NFL guys would potentially be good play-by-play guys. Because like the Greg Olsons, and I mean, they got some guys that aren't that talented.
No.
And they got so many games to cover that they need people.
Well, especially for college, yeah. I mean,
especially for college.
Yeah.
And especially for college now that, you know, almost every college game, I mean, Indiana State versus South Dakota State will be on ESPN3 Deportes or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They'll have a feed.
Every single game is on TV and radio
somewhere.
Well, yeah, they're also teaching them how to do podcasting and radio stuff as well too, on top of doing the analyst gig on TV.
So I've been running late, which I don't really care.
Yeah.
I mean, the affiliates can dump me at any time, but I'm gonna cover this and clear this out today. So this is what we talk about next. Will require it'll enable us to run over. But if you're an affiliate, just
get lost.
Drop me when you want. Fort Walton Beach usually is the only one that keeps me on because they know I bring ratings and they love me, and I love Wolfie and Bo. So we'll be back next. Hold on.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
To the Waffle House. When I come in, I go to the Waffle House, get me a patty melt in the morning. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, man. I've never even thought about that.
I get it without the onion, so.
Oh, yeah.
For the breath factor?
That's a tough thing in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough thing to come in smelling grilled onions.
Oh, man. I gotta hit the Waffle House one morning.
What are you gonna get there?
Waffle.
Oh, nice. Plain?
Yeah. I honestly think I've only been to the Waffle House one time in my life.
Well, Waffle House kicks ass.
No, I know. I was just never really a drinker or out late, so I never.
You just want to go home.
Dude, for doing mornings my whole life, you know, I wasn't like reversing my schedule and staying up all night on the weekends.
How long have you done mornings? Totally.
Since 2001.
Oh, no, but you did afternoons. You did. What was your first morning gig? With Fish?
Yeah.
So how many years was that? 4?
I did mornings for. I did mornings for 10, 12. I guess.
Including the J deal.
Oh, J. Okay. I think 17.
17 years?
16 or 17. I guess it's not as long as I thought, but I did do afternoon for 5 years, so.
Yeah. It wasn't your, not. Oh, AMA 20 okayed for us to go long. Oh, nice. So that's good. But not that, the show was good. You guys had a great show. But, God, wasn't it just so much easier on your body to do afternoons and fucking mornings?
It was, but it was also tough because sometimes I couldn't I didn't really know what to do before the show some days because I was so used to just getting up and going to work. So sometimes, after I prep, I wouldn't really like know what to do with my time.
Right.
I wasn't into cards back then. No hobbies. It was depressing sometimes coming out of work and it being pitch black.
Yeah. Think about me when I did both shit. When I did both,
Oh, I don't even.
I was so fucked up. I mean, honestly, I was fucked up. I go to work. It would be morning. Work. Maybe have an opportunity to go get some lunch in between. Then go back on the air. My studios never have any windows.
Ugh.
And then.
Did you do 3 to 7?
3 to 7.
Oh my god, man! I mean, I know you were getting paid, but that's the only way you could do 2 shows is to get paid like that.
It was horrible for my family and for.
Yeah, but it was a great opportunity, I mean,
yeah, I had to do it. I should have, if anything, I would have told.
Idiot Rock.
No, I would have told
Bone.
Cox. Yeah. No.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes, I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you 'cause I'm standing still.
Hey, what is that from?
Finger 11.
Oh, yeah, I knew that sounded very familiar.
Yeah.
Are you going through your 97X playlist?
No, there's just shit in my head from hearing the same songs.
I heard one I hadn't heard. Incubus, Pardon Me, the other day came on, and I was like, damn.
Incubus pops up a lot on my Spotify. I liked music less when I worked in music radio. I was just around it too much.
First station I worked at was The Crow, which was an alternative rock station.
The Daytona?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're still around.
Are they?
I don't know.
No, it's...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We got Woody already okayed us to go a little long on AM 820. That's great. I'm assuming 103.1 Florida Man Radio in Fort Walton Beach will stick around. Wolfie's my boy. Bo Reynolds. Of course, the Shannon Burke. Phone lines, my God, I don't know what it's been, but like the last 2 weeks,
It's been
I don't know if the show is just getting more traction, bigger and bigger digitally. But we had those 2 women from Fort Walton Beach to call in earlier this week. I'm looking at my phone lines now; they're practically all packed.
Taking calls just leads to more calls.
I think so. Quickly though, because we're really hurting for time. We're already a minute over. Don't want to go much more than 15. So let's be really quick about it. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, just talking to a couple guys in chat, and we were curious what the status of the food reviews is.
It's just I got friends in town this week. The status is I'll try to do one next week, and I'd like to continue to do them. It's just that I've gotten so busy with funerals and I'm busy, but I'm bringing them back. I'm not going to stop doing them. I'm entering into a very busy time right now.
Yeah, I just want to confirm one more thing for you. We brought a humidor into the liquor store when I used to run the liquor store, and we filled it with high-end cigars. And the only customers that went to that humidor, they were all jerks. They were all losers. Every single one of them fit the same template, and they wanted it. They cut the proper way with the cigar cutter, and oh my God, nothing was ever good enough. I just wanted to let you know that some people are like, no way, not all cigar people are a-holes. Yeah, they are.
Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you, buddy. Joe the Supermarket. Holyoke, Massachusetts. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Are you doing all right today?
We're doing great, buddy. How are you?
Good, man. First time caller. Hey, a couple of quick things and I'll get off here.
Okay.
One, Jimmy Kimmel was crying because he knows his name's on the Epstein list and the Diddy list. His ass is trash.
You're probably right on that.
Yeah, and secondly, the one thing that's not being talked about enough that Trump has gotten us away from is we don't have to listen to that stupid-ass cackle anymore.
True. The cackle's gone. Yeah. So, you're right on. You're definitely right on that. Let's look. All right, man. Thank you. 813-90 Bubba. Hello. See, Lummy, this should scare all radio guys, man. That digitally we can pack our phone lines.
Sure can.
Yes, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes.
Hey, buddy. I've been with you for a long time. This 93.3 days up here around Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Any way to get any night of destruction tickets?
What's that again now? I'm sorry.
Any way to get any night of destruction tickets?
At your track. At my track.
Yeah.
That's happening tomorrow night. Are they saying that they're sold out?
Yeah.
Whew.
Wow, man, that's gonna be big.
Yeah, I think it's sold out online. Like I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any tickets left, sir.
Can you put them on the list though? Oh, sorry. I
was gonna be busy hearing people are gonna be there.
Help me out, buddy.
Sir, it's not my event.
I'll get your Seth's cell phone. He'll help you out, buddy.
Yeah. Since Seth wants to put you on.
He's been with you since the 93 days.
So.
I know, right?
Seth, you son of a bitch.
Sir,
how many do you need?
He has a bad phone, just so you can't hear him.
3.
Oh, that's kind of greedy.
I got my sunbelt gun. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can help you, buddy. It's not my event. I just can't. I can't. No problem, buddy. See ya. Just lost a listener there.
All the way from night.
Seth, if it's not your business, I don't think you can be handing out tickets, okay, buddy?
I thought it's your racetrack.
It is my racetrack, but the Tour of Destruction comes in and rents our track.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how these things work.
I know you just obviously you don't know how they work.
Have you ever been around a dirt track before?
Yeah,
Seth?
I was born on one, Tuttle.
No, actually, he's never been within 5 miles of one his entire life.
I just figured for a guy that's been with you for so long, we put his name on the list and boom, no problem.
Yeah, I know.
Seth, are you ever going to make it up to Bubba's track?
I hope not. Hello.
Bubba.
Everybody stop trying to bust my balls. You asking that question, Tuttle knows, puts heat on me. So no one to shut your mouth up, Tuttle. We don't want him at the track.
I'll see you for the Big Girl Nationals.
Hello, who's this?
Bubba, Debo Charleston.
Yes, sir.
2 things. I might have missed it. Last time I heard you talk about the doc.
Yes, sir.
It was coming out in October. I didn't know if you had a time period that you think it would be.
Talk about what?
The doc.
The doc.
Oh, the doc. I don't know. It's changed so many times that I am not getting my hopes up of it being released maybe ever, just because I think we've ran into a couple of very, very big roadblocks that they didn't really see. There's this whole entertainment lawyer deal you got to go through, and then they watch your doc, and then they tell you what's wrong with it and how you have to get copyright clearances and things like that. I'm probably talking too much right now. I would say, maybe middle of next year, maybe.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my other question was, do you know if you're ever going to make another visit down in Charleston, or?
I don't know about that either. We're going to have to see, how this first content house goes. Charleston would certainly be on our radar because we do so, we obviously were there.
I thought Charleston was on our list.
What?
It's number 3, I think.
Who took over our show on 98.1?
I don't know, man. I haven't even listened to that since you've been off of it.
Yeah.
I don't really care for any of the show, really.
Yeah. Well, Charleston is on our list to come. Okay.
All right. Well, you got us on our toes, man. I'm a huge fan. Love the show. Love you guys.
And as I get documentary information, Hopefully good news and not bad. We've been delivered a couple bad blows here lately.
The David Mahoney Show.
But I hope to have some better news for you soon. Okay, bud?
That's cool, man. You guys keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be in Charleston maybe like the first half of the year.
Lummy, will you pull me the David Mahoney Show, like
the Zingers,
whatever, or their website, or what do they got going on?
Yes.
Why would they replace? Well, I know because of you.
Yeah.
But anyway, hi. Who's this? By the way, Lummy, last caller of the day. Okay, because I got to get to this NFL thing. Go ahead,
Bubba.
Yes.
Mark from Cocoa. Hey, man, I just wanted to let you know that Florida Man Radio cuts you guys off every day. I mean, like, even when you're talking, at 9:59 exactly, it starts playing your outro, and they'll play it right over you talking, and they go straight to Brian Kilmeade after that.
Yeah.
That's a hard.
So 1031, they got a hard out at 10 o'clock. I'm done.
Yep, 9:59 exactly. That promo starts playing, and it's the old one. It's not the one with Seth on it.
All right, I'll have to get them. One, I need to get them the new one, and two, maybe talk to them about when we go late. They might want to keep us around, but they probably contractually can't. That's a syndicated barter cleared show, so they probably can't. So no big deal.
I got you. I just wanted to let you know. I wasn't sure if you guys knew it.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you, bud.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's the market we need to go to, right there.
Oh, 4-1?
Yeah.
I think the last time you went up there,
it was packed.
Didn't you fly your plane up there?
Tuttle, stop.
That was a long time. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was out of bounds.
No, but it's like all you do is just sit here and bust my balls about everything I've lost and how much I don't have.
Mean it. I'm sorry. I did not
What
mean it.
What if I was like, hey, Tuttle, the last time, wasn't that was when you and Kristen were married and she loved you?
Okay, I see your point.
And she wasn't using you as a photographer on the beach?
I see your point.
Yeah.
Touche. I will not happen again.
Most seasoned veterans.
Anytime that you're going to bring up something about the big house or my airplane or I used to be syndicated in 16 cities and
I have a whole list.
Howard's
but you
wedding.
Told me not to. I wouldn't do that.
But for 3 days this offseason, they traded the locker room for a classroom. Like Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton.
There's so much knowledge and so much about the business that you don't know when you're just a player.
Welcome to the NFL Broadcasting Boot Camp.
The advice you're going to get, there's thousands of other people who want to be in these seats who are not going to get it.
Yeah, and there's thousands of people like Seth Kushner that were not a former player but knows more about your sport and has a broadcasting history background that'll never get your opportunity just because you played the game, and half of you in here probably will suck.
Yeah.
Where once a year, a select few players learn what it takes to cover a game.
We're here to talk about being a game analyst today. There's a lot more that goes into that than you've probably ever dreamed.
From the producers who do it every week.
You're not in the hot take business when you're doing a game. You can take us to places that we have never gone.
Training current and recently retired players for potential roles calling the game in the broadcast booth or analyzing it in the studio.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, man, there's such a high demand for these guys because every game is televised in some capacity. Again, whether it's Indiana State versus Illinois State at Memorial Coliseum in Terre Haute, Indiana, and there's literally the last game that Indiana State had drew 3,600 people in the stands. But it was on an obscure ESPN channel. Somebody, it was on TV somewhere.
Yep.
Like Panthers quarterback Andy Dalton, seen here in his demo.
Well, let's see, is this his demo, Pat?
Reel from the workshop.
Now he's getting a chance to go to Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin already has that thing set up. He knows exactly what he wants.
That hair.
You're getting it from the top level people of this is exactly what we're wanting, exactly what we're looking for, and exactly what's going to make
He's still
you the best
playing.
version of yourself.
The NFL started
This must have been between teams when he didn't think he was going to get picked up. So he went to broadcast boot camp, right?
Well, I will say this. Some of these people are in the last year of their career.
Oh, and they're trying to get a jump start on the deal?
Yeah, trying to get a jump start. So
Workshop in 2007 for players interested in pursuing a second career.
Do they charge for it?
I think the NFL is the one that's kind of going through this.
Players like Devin McCourty, Richard Sherman, and Jason Kelsey have all taken the workshop before starting their analyst jobs. One hopeful this...
Did Booger McFarland take it? Because I don't know how the hell he got rubber stamped into, at one time, part of Monday Night Football. and that illiterate son of a bitch. Like, I don't understand how they fast-tracked him. He's horrible.
They tried a lot of things, but they did like him a lot. I never even thought his radio show here locally was that good.
No.
Sapp went to the boot camp?
No.
Did Gronk?
No.
This year, Brandon Graham. Here's a little of his work from the boot camp.
Him knowing the scheme and then having the weapons that he have. He only had Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, and he made it work.
The defensive end has played more games for the Philadelphia Eagles than anyone in team history.
McDermott, $20.
Does this feel in some ways like starting all over again?
Oh yeah, like a rookie all over again. You ain't gonna get it all, right in the beginning, but just.
I wonder how many of these guys get jobs.
A lot, man. A lot. Because not only do you have the guys that are calling the games, whether it's TV, radio, but then you've got like the shows.
Analysts.
You've got the NFL Network shows. Then you've got the local shows, Bubba, where you're going to sit around and talk about the Bucs or Green Bay or whatever, and you need former players for that. So, I mean, there's a lot of positions for these guys.
Take it one day at a time. Enjoy.
So as many on air as the actual game day guys, you need...
like I saw Charles Tillman in there who played for the Bears, and I heard him do the radio call from London a few weeks ago. So
for the Bears,
yeah.
The whole process.
Why did you want to be a part of this workshop?
And they need TV guys, they need radio guys,
podcast guys. Believe is the podcast network we're on, and that's their whole thing is signing these old players to podcast deals.
Because I wanted to put myself to the test and to see if I got what it takes to be, in this space.
One of those key experts who knows what it takes is Fred Godelli.
You've got to develop all those other areas as well.
Executive producer of Sunday Night Football and Thursday Night Football.
These are guys who have spent their entire careers working really hard, whether in season or off season training, trying to find that extra edge that's going to help them on the field. And one of the things that I always tell them is what made you great as a player, you're going to have to do those same things to be great as a broadcaster.
You all are putting them through real types of reps that we get on live TV. Are you seeing improvement from some of these players in real time?
Yeah, like their first takes, they're all a little nervous. They're not really sure what to expect. They get a little tongue-tied. But after they've done it once, you kind of see the bravado that a professional athlete has to have take hold, and they're much better the second time around.
The league now holds the camp at their Los Angeles studios and has expanded training to podcasts and newer media.
I think any quarterback's going to have an opportunity for success if you have that offensive line.
As some players, like 8-time Pro Bowler and current podcaster Cam Jordan, put it into immediate use.
I love all my notes that I've been taking over the last 2 days.
Now, will Cam Jordan be a part of their network, or will he be able to splinter off and do his own thing?
When I worked for the sports station, we used to run commercials for his podcast. I think it was part of the iHeartRadio network. So I don't know officially what that means or how much he's getting, but that's who he was with.
But listen, so I'm done with this. Think about this. Tom Brady didn't have to go through any of that. I wouldn't think, right?
He probably got private. Lessons.
Or Gronk. But I don't think Gronk's kind of just a pregame sideshow. He's not a play-by-play or color analyst at all.
He's doing a full hour on Fox NFL Sunday. I think he definitely got some sort of schooling or classes or
Gronk?
At least speech.
Do you think Pat McAfee got
No, McAfee organically just
he went right to Barstool from punting.
Yeah. Well, he did stand-up.
Did he?
Yeah, he did a little bit. He did local Indiana stand-up while he was playing for the Colts.
Wow.
He would go and do Side Splitters or the Chuckle Hut, and would do regional stand-up like Bloomington, South Bend, Fort Wayne. He would do regional stand-up, and then that got him into Barstool.
Man, he is killing it on College Game Day.
Yeah, are you seeing now where there's a little bit of a strife between him and Stephen A?
Yeah. Oh,
there's been for a while.
I mean, how's that going to shake out?
They'll just stay on their side of the fence. I mean, McAfee's
who's bigger.
They're just they're not going. They're neither one of them are going anywhere. And if they did, they would both be totally fine. So ESPN needs them both.
Yeah, so I mean, they could just do their own thing on YouTube or their own little world, kind of like what Tucker did, right? Something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
We're out of here, right? Lemmy, no,
Yes, sir.
no after show.
No, nothing.
You'll do one next week.
Yes, sir.
So the sports in the afternoon drive. I'm sorry, the sports and the after show resumes next week.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Appreciate y'all. Tuttle, thank you.
Thank you, Bubba.
Seth, thank you.
Blizzard coming out today.
Mach, Brett, Lummy. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.